Let the doors be opened, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
To borrow a line, Jim Bradley was as constant as the Northern Star. First elected to City Council in 1970, few can remember a time when Jim wasn't serving our community. He was elected to Queen's Park in 1977 and became the second longest serving MPP in Ontario's history and served as Niagara's regional chair until his death. As Environment Minister, he shaped the province, securing agreements to end acid rain and introducing the Blue Box program. In St. Catharines, his legacy is everywhere, from winding the QEW to our new hospital to the Performing Arts Centre, so many others. Jim's dedication was unmatched. He went to everything. If you were at a community event over the last half-century, odds are Jim was there. His great strength was knowing what mattered to regular folks, not just what he called the chattering class. I'll miss my friend. I'll miss our phone calls, his sage advice, and bemoaning about our beloved Blue Jays. Rest in peace, Jim. You served St. Catharines with distinction, dignity, and heart.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
After 10 years of Liberals, Canadians aren't safe anymore. Violent crime up 55%, gun crime up 130%, extortion's up 330%. Recently, Swift Radio 1200 in Surrey was shot up, allegedly tied to extortion. A Calgary family reached out to me. Their house and business was shot up, also tied to extortion. Liberal soft on crime policies have turned Canada into a lawless land where violent repeat criminals get bail easily. And now, Liberals are targeting law-abiding, trained, tested, licensed hunters, farmers, and sport shooters in a $750 million gun grab scheme. Even the Public Safety Minister admits this scheme does nothing to stop crime and is nothing more than a Liberal, taxpayer-funded vote grab. The Liberals need to scrap the gun grab now. Instead of hug-a-thug policies, Conservatives have proposed common-sense bills like the Jail Not Bail Act that will keep our streets safe. If the Liberals are serious about getting tough on crime, they'll pass these bills now to keep Canadians safe.
That's right. Way to go.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I was honoured to partner with the Whitby Chamber in hosting our second annual Whitby Job Fair. More than 1,000 job seekers connected with 33 local employers, opening doors and building brighter futures in our community. Thank you to the Whitby Chamber of Commerce, Carrie Ann Large and Gizem Wiesal for their help in making this event a success. It was a pleasure engaging with employers like the Canadian Armed Forces and the Canada Border Services Agency, which offer fulfilling careers in service of all Canadians. Our new government is creating jobs, supporting workers and driving growth with transformational projects like Ontario Power Generation's Darlington Nuclear Project, which will bring 1,600 new jobs to Durham Region. The Whitby Job Fair exemplifies our commitment to supporting Canadian workers and industries by helping them expand opportunities they need to step boldly into the future. That's how you build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
This week, Imperial Oil announced it will lay off 20% of its workforce and relocate its headquarters out of Calgary. The Stampede City gets the shaft again. This Prime Minister has the power to eliminate C-48, C-69, the emissions cap, and the industrial carbon tax, but he doesn't care about the average Canadian. He doesn't have to tell his family. He doesn't know how they will pay the mortgage or put groceries on the table. To add insult to injury, it is rumored that Imperial's headquarters is being sold off to none other than Brookfield. So not only did this Prime Minister cause this demise, he could be profiting from it. The truth comes out. This Prime Minister doesn't give a rip about Calgary, doesn't give a rip about Alberta, or for that matter, Canada. The bad news for him is that I and my Conservative colleagues still do. And we will not retreat until the promise of Canada is restored.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil. Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise today to mark the 40th anniversary of the La Moisson Women's Centre, an organization in my riding that provides invaluable support to women in our community, regardless of their age or their situation. For 4 decades, thanks to their extraordinary team, this centre has been much more than just a place of shelter. It is a place of solidarity, education, and personal development. Workshops, community activities, mentorship programs, all of this contributes to the well-being of our community of Vaudreuil. So it is with great respect and much enthusiasm that we celebrate 40 years of the La Moisson Women's Centre. May the coming years bring success for all those who walk through its doors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Breast cancer is the most common cancer in Canadian women, and 1 in 8 women will develop breast cancer during their lifetime, impacting more than just patients, but also their family, friends, and communities. We know early detection and treatment saves lives. Leading experts, including the Canadian Cancer Society, Dense Breast Canada, Breast Cancer Canada, and the Canadian Association of Radiologists are all calling on the Canadian Task Force on Preventative Healthcare to revise its guidelines, to start breast cancer screening at 40 and extend past 75. To all the brave women publicly sharing their journey with breast cancer, thank you. You're not only raising awareness, but helping tackle the stigma associated with women's health. To all the ladies, I want to give a very special shout out to my friend Pam Cholak. Keep on fighting. You make the world a better place. To all the ladies out there putting off getting a mammogram, talk to your doctor today. To everyone out there in a battle with breast cancer, keep fighting. We are all cheering for you. Not today, cancer.
L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie, Atatakan. Mr. Speaker, today I wish to mark the incredible achievement of the Canadian Rugby 15's women's team, which last week overcame the terrifying haka of their opponents to trounce reigning champions, the Black Fern, in the World Cup semi-finals, achieving a historic victory before falling to the Red Roses. Anyone with the slightest experience on the rugby pitch knows that rugby is the quintessential team sport. It is impossible to win without teamwork and team unity, and our Canadians demonstrated this value both on and off the pitch. I want to celebrate the courage and determination of these women who will no doubt inspire an entire generation of young female athletes. Thank you. You have represented your country.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
To the Hamilton steelworker and the workers of Arvin Avenue who lose sleep over job security and the recently unemployed, you have done everything right. This Prime Minister can't make a deal, and he has failed you. To the many who visit food banks in Hamilton, you have done everything right. The Liberal inflation food tax has failed you. To the many who don't feel safe walking down the street in your own neighborhood, you have done everything right. The Liberal soft on crime policy has failed you. The Liberals had a chance last week to vote for a Conservative motion that would put violent repeat offenders behind bars. They voted against it. Soon we will have a vote on the Conservative Jail Not Bail Act. I hope they join us in that vote. Today, we will vote on a Conservative motion to lower food inflation. Will the Liberals do the right thing and vote with us and Canadians?
L'Honorable Député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. I'm pleased to mark 3 anniversaries that are important to Berthier-Maskinongé's history. First, St. Gabriel de Brandon has turned 200. On the shores of Lake Maskinongé, it is a jewel of the Lanaudière. It is the 175th anniversary of St. Paulin, an incredible municipality shining in the heart of Maskinongé. And St. Edouard de Maskinongé is turning 75. Our bodies of water, forests, and agriculture are visible in all 3 of these municipalities. These milestones remind us that every village, every generation have shaped our region. Congratulations to all of the many engaged citizens who make the community spirit shine in our region. Together, let us honor the past and continue towards a future that lives up to our history.
L'Honorable Député d'Honoré-Mercier.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier.
National Energy Efficiency Day. Energy efficiency saves Canadians money, cuts pollution, and creates jobs. The sector employs nearly 500,000 Canadians and has the potential to create a lot more. Energy efficiency circulates money back into all of our communities and contributes positively in all of our ridings. As we strive to be the world's top energy superpower, Canada must invest massively in energy efficiency projects to strengthen our economy, whether through accelerating the use of heat pumps, insulation, LED lights, or smart thermostats. Energy efficiency is key to greener, healthier, prosperous Canada. That's why energy efficiency deserves to be treated as a priority, not just today, but every day. I urge you all to officially recognize October 1st as National Energy Efficiency Day.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
The Prime Minister has been racking up the air miles lately, and Canadians are only seeing postcard pictures to show for it. I'm starting to wonder if he's travelling to the UK so much just to pick up the extra clothes that he left at home. Now, if we measure success by jet lag and passport stamps, this Prime Minister would earn top marks. But here are the facts, Mr. Speaker. He promised to remove tariffs and diversify markets, yet our canola producers are now facing crippling tariffs. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7, but we're actually the fastest shrinking economy. He said to judge him by grocery store prices, but they're rising faster today than when he became Prime Minister. And he said we're going to, quote, spend less and invest more. But somehow his deficit is set to be billions more than even his predecessor. Last time I checked, Canadians care about grocery store prices, about out-of-control crime, and stronger take-home pay, not photo ops in foreign capitals. Since the Prime Minister has failed to keep his promises, maybe he should park the plane, stay for a while, and actually work on improving the lives of Canadians.
Here, here. The honourable member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Canadian women's rugby team on their inspiring performance at the World Cup of Rugby. Not only are they bringing home a silver medal, but also the distinct honour of uniting Canadians and this House. Last week I talked to number 22 Liv App's mom Danielle about the struggles the athletes face in their pursuit to compete at the highest level. The challenging road that female athletes climb is familiar to me. In 2003, I had the privilege of playing at the World Cup of Lacrosse for Canada, a path that was created by the female athletes that came before me. Now in 2025, the Canadian women's rugby team have undoubtedly paved the way for future generations of female athletes. So today, I rise to not only congratulate you, but to thank you. I thank you not only as a woman and a female athlete, but as a mother of a one-year-old daughter who will grow up watching the strength of female athletes on the world stage to sold-out stadiums. My hope is that her generation will see this as the way things have always been, but you and I will know. Thank you, Team Canada, for inspiring us and propelling the future of women's sports forward.
Yeah. The honourable member for Thornhill.
For once in this place, we can all agree on something. Congratulations to the 2025 Toronto Blue Jays on clinching the division. They stand tall, champions of the American League. Clinching the division isn't just baseball. It's a public service. Now the rest of Canada can stop doing playoff math like deranged accountants in the most stressful reality show there is. To the Jays, you've rocked the dome. You've made this country proud. You've given us permission to believe that this is our year. On behalf of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, best of luck in the playoffs. May the bullpen stay steady and the bats stay hot, because this year we want it all. Fly all the way south to the World Series, boys. October is for the birds.
Yeah. The honourable member for Fredericton, Oromocto.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Woolastook Grand Council and Under One Sky for welcoming me and my family to their Truth and Reconciliation events yesterday. Hundreds of community members gathered at sunrise to remember through ceremony all those who never made it home after being sent to residential schools. Dans l'après-midi, plusieurs d'autres.
In the afternoon, others gathered on the Sedansk powwow land to celebrate stories and songs and to dance. It is a powerful reminder of resilience faced with oppression.
Reconciliation is listed in that order. It starts with the truth of our past, listening deeply and sitting with that truth no matter how uncomfortable. Only then can reconciliation begin. But reconciliation is also about hope and the belief that not only a better relationship is possible, but that it is necessary for us to live up to our full potential as a country. Uliwan, merci. Thank you.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That security was shattered like bullets through broken glass at a radio station in Surrey once again. Swift Radio was hit with a third extortion-related gunfire attack just yesterday. I spoke with owner Colwant Desi, who had invited me to his station earlier. He said his family cannot sleep. This joins with countless other examples in Brampton, Surrey, and now in a spate of shootings in Laval. Here are the facts. Violent crime is up 54% under this Liberal government's catch-and-release bail system. Extortion is up 330% after Liberals lowered the penalties for extortion with a gun. And extortion is up 600% in BC alone. It is time to repeal these Liberal catch-and-release laws, restore order at our border, and bring peace and security to our people.
The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn. Just a moment. Well, I didn't catch that, but I'll ask the honourable member for order, please, colleagues. We still have one statement left. The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to draw attention to a deeply troubling development. The second phase of excavation at the Chimney mass graves in Sri Lanka concluded on September the 6th, uncovering the remains of 240 men, women, and mostly children. According to Amnesty International, Sri Lanka has one of the highest number of enforced disappearances in the world, with estimates of up to 100,000 over the decade. Each of these cases represents a profound loss for families still seeking answers. As the UN Committee on Enforced Disappearances reviews Sri Lanka's record, I call on this House to remember the disappeared, to stand with the families, and to honor the dignity of those whose lives were taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After the Prime Minister broke his promise to, quote, negotiate a win with the Americans by July 21st, lumber tariffs have more than doubled, and job losses are piling up. Cap Paper is potentially laying off 300 workers in Northern Ontario. That's on top of 800 workers who are losing their jobs at Imperial Oil. TransCanada and Enbridge are building more in the United States as their headquarters move south after the Prime Minister broke his promise to build, baby, build. Doesn't the Prime Minister realize that when he doesn't do his job, Canadians lose theirs?
Here. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our sympathies are with the families of the workers at Imperial Oil. Our actions are with the workers and the management of Cap Paper, who are having meetings with the Minister of Industry, a variety of other government officials today to work. Our support is foursquare behind Algoma Steel, with $400 million between the federal government and the province of Ontario to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, since he took office, 86,000 more Canadians are unemployed, and we have the second highest unemployment in the G7. This is all the result of out-of-control government spending and taxes. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians, and now the Parliamentary Budget Officer rates his deficits as, quote, very alarming, stupefying, shocking, unsustainable. If you don't change, this is done. Something is going to break. We are at the edge of a cliff. Those are the words of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. When will he stop his out-of-control spending? When he's over the edge of the cliff?
Here. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there's a little thing called cause and effect. And the cause that the Leader of the Opposition is missing is the U.S. U.S. tariffs, that are hitting steel, the U.S. tariffs that are hitting lumber, the U.S. tariffs that are hitting our auto sector. That's why we need to build this country strong. That's why we're getting spending under control. That's why we're going to spend less to invest more. I believe in this country, Mr. Speaker. Come join us.
The honourable leader of the opposition.
Spend less? Deficit spending is up almost 100% since this Prime Minister took office. And as for investment, it has fallen. In fact, $50 billion of net investment has left since he took office. And yet he repeats the same promises the Liberals have been making for a decade. They said their deficits would lead to more investment. Since they took office, investment is down by 10%, the worst investment record in the G7. In fact, with $600 billion more debt under this government, investment has fallen. How much more debt would they have to add on the backs of Canadians to reverse this disastrous result?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, it's time for a little fiscal lesson for the Leader of the Opposition. Strongest credit rating in the world, AAA, S&P, and Moody's. Lowest deficit in the G7, lowest debt level in the G7, lowest net debt to GDP in the G7, biggest potential in the G7. This side of the House believes in Canada. Come join us.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I know that sometimes it gets heated in this place, and recently I said that this Prime Minister was just as irresponsible with money as Justin Trudeau, and I now realize that that was unfair to Justin Trudeau. In reality, he has increased the deficit by almost 70% above what Justin Trudeau left behind. And now the Parliamentary Budget Officer describes this Prime Minister's deficits as alarming, stupefying, unstable, unsustainable. If you don't change, this is done, and something is going to break. How is it even possible for this Prime Minister to be more fiscally incompetent than the drama teacher?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
But he believes you.
I can't imagine, Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine why it gets heated in the House with language like that.
Yeah, exactly.
The former Prime Minister. This government is conducting a comprehensive spending review. This government is building houses. This government is building projects in the national interest. This government is building Canada strong. Come join us.
Well done.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mais ça vient d'une vraie...
Mr. Speaker, coming from a real economic expert, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that this Prime Minister's deficits are very alarming, stupefying, shocking, unsustainable. If you don't change something, this is done. Something is going to break here. Canada isn't over the cliff yet, but it's looking out over the cliff. Mr. Speaker, every dollar being spent by this Prime Minister is coming out of Canadians' pockets. Will he finally recognize that Canadians can no longer pay the bill for his incompetence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada has the strongest economic record in the G7. Canada has some of the lowest long-term interest rates in the G7, lower than the American rate. On this side of the House, we have a great deal of ambition. We will build Canada strong.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised the Canadians would be able to judge him by their experience at the grocery store. Well, that experience is what is now being called struggle meals, where Canadians are now sharing tips on how they can scrounge together meals that are often of lower nutritional value because that's all they can afford. Food price inflation has accelerated to almost double the Bank of Canada's target, rising 50% faster in Canada than in the United States since this Prime Minister took office, promising the reverse. Will he finally axe the Liberal taxes on groceries so that Canadians can afford to eat?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président, il n'y a pas...
Mr. Speaker, there is no GST on groceries.
Number two, we cut the carbon tax. There's no carbon tax. There's no carbon tax on farms. There's no carbon tax on grocery stores. There is no carbon tax. No, there's not. On anything under 50 kilotons. Monsieur le Président, but we see the big picture. We know that real wages have been growing every single month since I became Prime Minister.
Well done.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the government has just interfered in an already very complex negotiation within Canada Post. And I can only call that provocation in the context of an already very complicated conflict. The government is adding to the uncertainty that is being felt by many families, not just workers' families. It is creating uncertainty in various towns in Quebec's regions, and I expect elsewhere in Canada as well. It's also causing a great deal of alarm to seniors. So let me get this clear. What does the Prime Minister think of the Postal Service? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Postal Service is an essential service. We need a viable postal service. Currently, the situation is difficult. Canada Post is losing millions of dollars. We need to take action. We need to restructure. The Honourable Member. I think that the government's deficit is going to be much larger than Canada Post's losses. But if this is really an essential service, Mr. Speaker, why are these radical cuts being made? Let's show some consistency. And workers learned about these cuts on their TV rather than actually hearing about what's going to happen. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have just arrived here as Prime Minister. It has been some time that we've needed to have changes at Canada Post because it is an essential service throughout the country.
Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, if Quebecers and Canadians had wanted to have the Conservative Party in power, they would have voted for the Conservative Party. The Liberals' fiscal and climate and oil strategies are basically conservative strategies. Same thing with these austerity strategies. Will the Prime Minister put an end to his wrong-headed strategy and instead bring in serious experts to reform a postal service that does, in fact, need reform? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is Canada Post's and the union's responsibility to find a solution between themselves. But in this context, we need more flexibility for Canada Post in a manner that is consistent with the report.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Every dollar that the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in Liberal taxes and inflation. The Prime Minister should know this. He calls himself a great economist, but he's going to spend over 60% more than even Justin Trudeau did. Parliament's independent fiscal watchdog says this, quote, "It's alarming, it's stupefying, it's shocking, and it's unsustainable." He says something is going to break and that we're on the edge of a fiscal cliff. So why is the Prime Minister going to drive us off that cliff at full speed?
L'Honorable Ministre des Finances.
Mr. Speaker, that's why we said that we need to spend less so we can invest more. Unlike the Conservative, Mr. Speaker, I believe in Canada. I believe in Canadians. I believe in the will of this nation. We have the talent to lead in the 21st century. We have strong industry. We build planes. We build cars. We build ships. We have critical minerals. We have energy. We're the only country in the G7 to have a free trade agreement with all the other G7 nations. Instead of talking about Canada Canada, they should celebrate the work of this government.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it is this Liberal that in 2015 promised that massive deficits were investments. But it was all a bait and switch because investment collapsed while debt went through the roof. But instead of sobering up from the debt binge that they've been on, the Liberals are just going to keep spending more money in a forever hangover. That means higher taxes and higher inflation for every Canadian. The first step in fighting addiction is admitting you have a problem. So when will the minister stand up and finally admit that his reckless spending is sending us over the cliff?
L'honorable ministre des Finances.
Mr. Speaker, same old Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, same old slogan, Mr. Speaker. She might have missed that we cut taxes for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. She might want to talk to people in her riding and across the nation. The first thing that this government did was to tackle affordability. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because that's what Canadians told us. They also told us to build homes. That's why we created Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker. They told us to build the most resilient economy. That's what we're going to do. We're going to build the most resilient economy in the G7. We're going to be strong. We're the North.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The Liberals assured us in 2015 that running massive deficits was an investment. A decade later, we all know that it was just a bait and switch. The reality is that despite consistent efforts to falsely stimulate the economy, investment in Canada has collapsed. 10 years of Liberal broken promises. Debt up equals investment down. We know that this budget will have a massive deficit, but does the Prime Minister really expect Canadians to believe that doubling down will change the results?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we're retooling the Canadian economy by advancing national projects of interest. We're making Canada the strongest economy in the G7. That means shortening project reviews to 2 years and removing duplication while maintaining the environmental standards and are working with Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, we are making Canada stronger. It would be great if they would support us.
The honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Another Liberal bait and switch. The Prime Minister promised to cap spending, yet he's on track to double Trudeau's deficits. He promised to make Canada the strongest growing economy in the G7, yet we have the worst economic performance in the group. He promised to create jobs, but in reality, 86,000 Canadians have lost their jobs since this Prime Minister took office. So when will the Prime Minister tell Canadians that the plan to grow our economy was just a scheme to get elected?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday I was just out in Vancouver celebrating the launch of LNG to be sent across to our allies. 75,000 Canadians worked on that project, Mr. Speaker. Last week we approved with the province of British Columbia the Silissum LNG facility, which will be as big again. Mr. Speaker, we are building Canada strong.
Honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of hard-working Canadian workers, families and seniors. Justin Trudeau promised that deficit spending would be an investment. The result, the debt went up, the investment went down. That gave Canada the worst economic record in the G7 and the worst inflation in 40 years. No matter what these Liberals promise, the results are always the same. More debt, higher costs, and declining investment. Why should Canadians believe that this time will be any different?
L'honorable ministre de l'Industrie.
Mr. Speaker, interest rates are down, and when you look at it, wages are growing higher than inflation as we speak. And meanwhile, CPPIB CEO says that the world's largest investors are focusing on Canada. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing? We're building national major projects. We're making sure also to launch a new defense industrial strategy. We'll create jobs in this country, and meanwhile, the opposition needs to come on board to make sure that Canadians benefit from it as well.
Honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent à Kiawenrak.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent à Kiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, every dollar spent by this Prime Minister comes directly out of Canadians' pockets. And the parliamentary budget officer has called these liberal deficits, and I quote, very alarming, stupefying, shocking, unsustainable. If you don't change something, this is done. Those are not my words, it's the PBO. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister realize that he is driving Canada directly off a cliff? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Well, economists don't agree with what my colleague is saying, because currently interest rates are going down and wages are going up compared to inflation. We are attracting capital from throughout the world, and we are going to do that through national interest projects like the Contrecoeur Port in Montreal or the Northern Quebec Rail Line that will bring everything to the port of Saguenay. We are working on these major projects. We will build more housing, and we will also create an industrial defense strategy. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, these were not my words. They were the words of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. In addition, the Prime Minister promised to cap government spending. But the PBO has confirmed that this is just another broken Liberal promise. Trudeau's deficits are about to double. Unbelievable. Once again, the PBO said that something has to break here. He has told us that we are very near the edge of the cliff. Could the Prime Minister rise and recognize that he is once again bringing Canada into a situation where it will be crushed by unsustainable deficits? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, is actually driving the country towards prosperity. We need to invest more and ensure that Canada is able to prosper. We have talent throughout this country. We can build cars, ships, planes. We have critical minerals. We have abundant energy. And we are the only country in the G7 to have a free trade agreement with all countries in the G7. On the other side of the House, they should be celebrating this Prime Minister's achievements. We will make Canada the strongest country in the G7. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, this government has caused the postal crisis. It announced its Canada Post reform without telling workers, who had to learn it in the news. They learned about it in the news, and now nobody's getting their mail. Some people are not able to get their paychecks or have to go elsewhere to get them. Businesses are having to improvise to deliver packages, and Quebec is concerned that people won't get their ballot to vote in the municipal elections. All because the minister improvised and didn't consult anyone. What was the minister really expecting? The Honourable Minister for Government Transformation. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, but I'd like to set things straight. This conflict has been going on for 20 months. The union was on strike. In 2024, I wasn't yet the minister, and so when she says that we did not have any consultations, well, what we're doing is actually bringing in the recommendations of the report that looked at Canada Post finances. We are bringing in sensible strategies to ensure that while Canada Post is losing millions of dollars every day, we cannot wait any longer. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the federal government is the one that caused this postal crisis. I have a great example. Passports. People waiting for passports that won't arrive in time will have to go into Service Canada and in some cases pay hundreds of dollars to get their passport. And Service Canada is actually under the same department as the Postal Service. Clearly, it didn't even occur to Service Canada to try to fix this, and no one asked people what should be done before turning things upside down at Canada Post. Why are Quebecers once again having to pay for Liberal incompetence? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan for Canadians to get their passport.
Support people who have a situation with their passport stuck in the mail, and we are available 24/7 to help Canadians.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
We know that the Prime Minister was misleading Canadians when he cancelled the carbon tax. And I want to quote the food professor, Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, who stated it perfectly. The carbon tax...
I'd ask the member to start over without that particular language. I mean, inadvertently, but not. I wouldn't suggest that the honourable member is intentionally doing something like that.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister was doing a classic Liberal bait and switch when he told Canadians he cancelled the carbon tax. And I want to quote the food professor, Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, who put it perfectly. The carbon tax was not eliminated. Only the consumer portion was reduced to zero. The industrial carbon tax remains in place and has actually increased since April 1st. We argued numerous times that the carbon tax across the supply chains is undermining the competitiveness of our agri-food sector. Why is the Prime Minister pulling a bait and switch and taxing farmers and the food Canadians rely on?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the industrial carbon price is essential to our credibility as a responsible energy supplier and key to gaining market access as we diversify our exports. It's driving over $57 billion of investment, enabling carbon capture projects like the Pathways Project and reinforcing Canada's leadership as a low-emission LNG producer. Mr. Speaker, this is the right thing to do.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, I'd like to give the Prime Minister some facts. The fact is, food prices have increased nearly 40% since these Liberals were elected 10 years ago. I saw it at the grocery store this weekend. Pork shoulder was up 37%. My coffee was up 25%. A little package of lunch meat was almost $10. The Prime Minister said he would be judged by food prices. Food Banks Canada has now said a quarter of Canadians are struggling to put food on the table. That should never be the reality in this country. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, support the Conservative motion, and scrap his taxes on farmers and the food Canadians rely on?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are well aware of who has their backs, and that's why they chose this Liberal government in the last election, because over the last 10 years, they've watched Conservatives vote against all of their interests, Mr. Speaker, whether it was for programs for kids, programs for seniors, training for tradespeople, investments in agriculture. These Conservatives vote against it. I hope by the nature of that question, though, that they won't vote against the tax cut for 22 million Canadians. That's how they help Canadians, by standing with them.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar that this Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in higher Liberal taxes and inflation. Let's start with the grocery aisle. The Prime Minister promised he would be judged by Canadians' experience at the grocery store. And since he took office, food prices have been rising 50% faster than the U.S. Greta from Trout River, a widow, has reached out saying prices on everything have gone through the roof. She can't afford to eat, Mr. Speaker. Will the Liberal Prime Minister stop taxing groceries so Canadians can afford to put food on their table?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative leader was busy trying to get the only job he ever had back, 3 months ago today, we cut taxes for 22 million Canadians, and we're not stopping there. We're going to cut spending on government operations so we can invest more in nation-building projects, in housing, in infrastructure, and in defense. We'll create tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Conservatives to cut the rhetoric and get on board. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, the real truth is the Prime Minister's been on this job for half a year, and grocery prices have already become more unaffordable. Right. The so-called struggle meals, like Hamburger Helper and Kraft Dinner, are trending as Canadians struggle with the high price of food, all because of things like the food packaging taxes and the industrial carbon tax. Canadians are judging the Prime Minister. Just like he expected, they're asking, they're pleading for the prices to go down immediately. Again, will the Prime Minister stop taxing groceries so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, today we mark National Seniors Day. And I want to point out that our government has taken action to ensure that seniors in Canada can age with dignity. We're cutting red tape, we're building homes faster, and we've introduced dental care that now more than 2 million seniors have signed up for. We're building an economy that works for everyone. While the Conservatives have a record of pushing the retirement age higher, it's very rich coming from them, given that they are interested in cutting benefits and leaving seniors behind. While they're voting against support for seniors, we are empowering older Canadians.
L'honorable député de Montmorency-Charlevoix.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the cost of life is out of control. Canadians can't breathe. Food inflation is now 70% above the Bank of Canada's target. Families are paying hundreds of dollars each year to feed themselves and buy essential products like coffee and meat. Coffee prices are up in the past few months, and that's an industry that supports workers throughout the country. Does the Prime Minister realize that every dollar he spends recklessly fuels inflation and drives up the cost of living? The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are determined to grow our economy to be the strongest one in the G7. We will increase supports to Canadians which help them. We are investing in childcare, in dental care, and in school food programs. All of that brings down the cost of living for families. It also helps Canada because it allows women to participate in the labour market more so that their families can make ends meet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today is National Seniors Day, an opportunity to recognize the contributions seniors have made to building our communities and our country. Yet, some are still facing delays in processing old age security and Canada Pension Plan applications. Could Secretary of State for Seniors share what steps are being taken to speed up the processing these critical applications?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
So much for the question. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to take a moment to recognize the tremendous contribution of seniors in this country. They built this country, and we assure them that this government is working hard to deliver the benefits that they deserve. Service Canada is streamlining applications, increasing automation, and improving communication with clients. We have an action plan to improve the speed and quality of service for seniors in this country, and we will implement this plan. For example, the 96% of seniors receiving GIS are now automatically renewed, ensuring continuity of service. This is the kind of work we are doing to ensure seniors are getting the resources that they have worked so hard for.
The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, the generation that built our prosperity is now being bled dry by the Liberal government's unaffordability crisis. A shocking new report shows that 1/3 of seniors are covering their adult children's basic costs, and 3/4 say it's draining their retirement. After 10 years of Liberal spending, costs rise and hopes slip away. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of seniors' pockets in Liberal taxes and inflation. Inflation that will further increase with the Prime Minister's plan to double the deficit. How many more seniors will be forced to choose between supporting themselves or supporting their families?
Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad that the Conservatives are showing interest in Canada's seniors. This new government is taking action to empower Canada's seniors, and we are steadfast in our mission to protect the dignity and security of those who built this country through a lifetime of hard work. That's why we are taking action to ensure that low-income seniors receive the Guaranteed Income Supplement. This is a vital support that helps those with little or no income beyond their old age security. We are focused on ensuring that they receive every dollar they are entitled to, because supporting seniors is not just policy, but it's a promise we will always uphold.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
After a lifetime of hard work raising their families, seniors deserve to enjoy their retirement. But under this Liberal government, that dream is slipping away. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians in higher Liberal taxes and inflation. A new report shows 1 in 3 grandparents are now supporting their adult children and grandchildren, and 76% say it's cutting into their retirement savings. Mr. Speaker, how much more inflation will this Prime Minister add with his plan to double the deficit?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, this government is taking action to empower Canada's seniors. While the Conservatives, with their plan, folks wouldn't have been able to retire until 67. I think it's important to point out that on this side of the House, we're ensuring a strong, stable future for our seniors. We have crucial programs that provide more than $1,000 per month to the most financially vulnerable seniors, and we're focused on ensuring that they receive every dollar they're entitled to. We are steadfast in our mission to protect the dignity and seniors of those who built this country, and they...
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians. The higher Liberal taxes and inflation. A new report shows that 1 in 3 seniors are supporting their adult children and their grandchildren. What does this mean? It means that 28% of seniors help their adult children with rent or mortgage payments, up from last year. This should be a concern to everyone. When the Prime Minister doubles the deficit, how much more will grandparents have to pay to house their adult children and grandchildren?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today is, of course, National Seniors Day, and I'm proud to wish all seniors a happy day on their day. I'm also not quite a senior yet, but I am old enough to remember when Conservatives voted against increasing the OAS. They voted against increasing the GIS. They voted against all other supports for seniors in the pandemic. They called it inflationary spending, Mr. Speaker. Did it take National Seniors Day for Conservatives to see the light, Mr. Speaker?
L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, what is Liberals' 10-year present? A very damning report that came out in the newspaper, which says that 1 in 3 seniors are supporting their adult children and grandchildren. Speaker, 67% of seniors are supporting them with everyday living expenses. That's up 12% from last year. The Liberal government is taking money from Canadians' pockets as a result of their high taxes and inflation. Here's my question. How much more inflation will the Prime Minister add with his plan to double the deficit? The Honourable Government House Leader. Today is National Seniors Day. We wish seniors a happy Seniors Day. They are the ones who built Canada. I'd like to guarantee to my colleague that we are taking care of seniors. They voted against enhancing the GIS for seniors. They voted against enhancing benefit payments for those over 75, and they wanted seniors to work until age 67 before retiring. Seniors Day today is a great occasion to remind them of all that.
Every dollar this Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians because of higher Liberal taxes and inflation. This Prime Minister said we should judge him based on the prices at the grocery store. Well, let's. Food inflation in Canada is rising 50% faster than in the United States. Food bank usage is at record highs and rising. The St. Thomas Elgin Food Bank will have to feed 30,000 mouths this year, the 3rd straight year of record highs. The Prime Minister said he would turn this economy around because he's this brilliant banker. Why didn't he tell Canadians that on his watch, more than ever would need a food banker?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, one of the best ways to combat inflation is to create real opportunities for Canadians. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're going to be building. We're building, Mr. Speaker, building homes, building projects in the national interest with Canadian lumber, Canadian steel, Canadian unionized workers, Mr. Speaker. We are optimistic about Canada's future. Will the Conservatives get on board?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been caught plagiarizing again. This time, he's copying his protege, Justin Trudeau. Trudeau promised that deficit spending would be an investment. And what happened? When the debt went up, investments in Canada collapsed. Then after COVID, he said he would remake the economy with deficit spending. This gave Canada the worst growth in the G7 and the worst inflation in 40 years. No matter what Liberals promise, debt and costs go up and growth and investments go down. Why would it be different different this time?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. You know what helps Canadians? Cutting their taxes for 22 million Canadians, and that's what we did earlier this year, Mr. Speaker. We're supporting affordability measures with actual policies, not just rhetoric in the House of Commons, not with misinformation. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, these Conservatives have stood up in the House to suggest there's taxes on groceries. Canadians know better. They can read their bill. They can go into the bill. They see there's no taxes on coffee beans. There's no taxes on meat. There's no taxes on craft dinner. Mr. Speaker, when are the Conservatives going to show up with some real ideas to support affordability for Canadians?
Honourable Member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, that's not an answer. That's just another Liberal bait and switch. The Prime Minister promised to cap spending. Promise broken. The Prime Minister is going to double Justin Trudeau's deficits. The Prime Minister promised Canada would have the strongest economy in the G7. Promise broken. Canada now has the slowest economic growth in the G7. This tired, old, incompetent government has presided over 10 years of economic and fiscal vandalism. When will they finally rein in their out-of-control inflationary spending?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Speaker, on April 28th, Canadians made a clear choice between a leader with business and economic experience versus a leader with none. We are laser focused on cutting taxes for 22 million Canadians. We are cutting taxes for first-time homebuyers. Interest rates are low, and we will build homes at a scale not seen since the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, we will build the strongest economy in the G7. I ask the Conservatives to cut the rhetoric. Get on board.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer just pulled the fire alarm. He called our finances, quote, very alarming, stupefying, shocking, and unsustainable. He warned, quote, if we don't change, this is done. Something's going to break. We're standing at the cliff's edge, and for the younger generation especially, this is their future at risk. Every dollar this Prime Minister spends today comes out of Canadian pockets tomorrow in higher taxes and higher inflation. Will the Prime Minister keep marching Canadians toward the cliff off doubling deficits, or will he finally turn back before it's too late?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Conservatives have been for the last 4 months, but we have crisscrossed the country talking to, consulting, and listening to Canadians. Their message was resoundingly clear. They want us to spend less in government operations, invest more in nation-building projects, strengthen our economy, building the most resilient economy in the G7. Again, please, Conservatives, stop the rhetoric. Join with us. Get on board. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Richemont-Arthabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richemont-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has once again been caught red-handed, copying. Mr. Speaker, he's copying Justin Trudeau. No, Mr. Speaker, just no. The Liberals have chosen Justin Trudeau's top advisor. You know what, Mr. Speaker? This Prime Minister is worse than Justin Trudeau. The Parliamentary Budget Officer was very clear. The current situation cannot go on. Debt has skyrocketed. Investment in Canada is in free fall. We have the slowest growth in the G7. And what's the result of all that? Debt is increasing. Cost of living is increasing. The Prime Minister is following the same recipe with the same ingredients. Does he really think he'll get different results? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the colleague just took a question his leader gave him in English and translated it into French for us. The answer is very clear, though. Interest has come down. We are working to attract more foreign capital through our major national projects and our international defense strategy. We will ensure that we're creating more jobs everywhere in Canada. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mr. Speaker, today is National Seniors Day. On this day, we pay tribute to the invaluable contribution of seniors who built and shaped our country. However, many of them are wondering whether they will be able to continue to age with dignity in their communities. Can the Secretary of State tell us what the government is doing to guarantee seniors the right to affordable housing?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member, the Minister for Employment and Families. I'd like to thank the member for Argenteuil-La Petite Nation for his excellent question. National Seniors Day is an excellent opportunity to thank seniors for everything that they have done for us and for our country. Our government respects seniors. Seniors want to age in dignity in their homes and in their communities where they feel good, where they feel at home. We have over 50,000 seniors, 50,000 housing units set aside for seniors, and a significant amount in the Housing Protection Fund in order to guarantee that seniors have affordable rental units.
Mr. Speaker, soft on crime liberal policy has led to gun crime skyrocketing to 130%. Canadians are being terrorized by violent repeat offenders and gangs, yet these liberals are focused on harassing law-abiding citizens with a gun grab that cost $750 million. The public safety minister admitted the scheme won't work, but he's going ahead with it anyways. This isn't keeping Canadians safe. It's political theater, and we all know it. When will the Prime Minister protect Canadians and fire this failed public safety style minister?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to announce that the Assault-Style Firearms Compensation Program launched this morning in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. It's a pilot that will be expanded across Canada, Mr. Speaker. I'm also pleased to announce that a number of individuals who are law-abiding gun owners have registered and are looking forward to the compensation that they're going to receive, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are law-abiding people, Mr. Speaker. Gun owners are also law-abiding, and they will be seeking compensation for this program, and we look forward to its implementation across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Public Safety Minister, while speaking to his tenant on the Liberal gun confiscation program, said, quote, "Don't ask me to explain the logic to you on this," unquote. His tenant, but we're not the problem, unquote. The minister's tenant is 100% correct. Canadians know hunters, sport shooters, and other law-abiding gun owners are not the problem. But under this minister's gun crime is up 130%, with illegal guns being smuggled in through his leaky border. Will this Prime Minister finally fire this minister today for not keeping Canadians safe?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we are fighting crime on all fronts. We
Hear,
are
hear.
fighting guns at our borders by
right.
historic investments. We are in the process of hiring more CBSA and RCMP
right.
officers. We have a bill in this House, C2, will help fight criminal organizations and make our borders stronger, Mr. Speaker. But getting assault-style rifles and shotguns out of our communities is also important. We're going to make sure that we do this on all fronts, Mr. Speaker. There are still 19,000 other makes and models available for hunters and sports shooters, and they can use those options.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, loose lips sink ships. In a stunning display of incompetence, the Public Safety Minister has admitted that spending $750 million on a gun grab won't work. This same minister has lost track of 600 foreign national criminals and failed to hire the 1,000 additional border guards. Canadians want a government who can keep them safe. But instead of protecting Canadians, this Prime Minister would rather protect his Public Safety Minister and their flawed ideology. The ship is sinking. Will the Prime Minister fire his Minister of Public Safety?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, firearm tragedies are obviously a tragedy in this country. We've had another example, sad example of that today. What Canadians have clearly expressed to this government, and indeed all parliamentarians, is that Canada needs to distinguish itself in getting rid of assault-style weapons in our society. This party has always supported measures that would accomplish that objective. That party has always stood up against measures that would accomplish that objective, Mr. Speaker. They need to get serious about guns.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I attended a ceremony to honour survivors of a residential school that operated for decades in my riding. Together we unveiled a plaque in multiple Indigenous languages so that in some small way they were able to reclaim what was stolen. The elders and knowledge keepers reminded us that true reconciliation occurs when communities have a seat around the table as decisions are being made. There cannot be any shortcuts around Section 35 rights. Can the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs update us on work being undertaken by the government to ensure that nation-building projects are developed alongside Indigenous right holders right from day one? Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Thank you, Member of Parliament Ben Carr. Mr. Speaker.
I'll allow the member to start over. I'll allow the member to start over without naming names. Let's put it that way.
You're good. Mr. Speaker, no project will move forward with honouring Section 35. As the Prime Minister said, meaningful consultation and cooperation are at the heart of our new government's approach to nation building. The Indigenous Advisory Council brings First Nations, Métis and Inuit from day one to strengthen, not replace treaty and constitutional duties. With capacity funding and the double $10 billion Indigenous loan guarantee, Indigenous people will help shape and share in the projects. Following the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, we reaffirm our commitment to lasting, respectful partnerships.
The honourable member for Kenora, Kiiwetinoong.
Northern Ontario was hit with devastating job news this week, Mr. Speaker, when Cap Paper and Kapuskasing announced plans to close their mill, directly affecting 300 jobs and indirectly many more. The company is blaming a lack of federal supports for this decision, saying that although a program was announced months ago to help, nothing is going to be available in time to save this mill. Mr. Speaker, this is completely ridiculous, and it's incompetence at its worst. Why have the Liberals broken their promise to these workers by making big, grand announcements and then leaving Northern Ontario abandoned?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, the closure of Cap Paper is a gut punch to workers, to their families, and of course to communities. And the federal government is at the table and willing to help. The province needs to come back to the table. That being said, I'm meeting along with the Minister of Jobs, the executives of Cap Paper this afternoon, and we're in solution mode. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is siding with Canada Post executives to help privatize the Postal Service. And what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Cuts to services for seniors, the disability community, and rural areas, while attacking good-paying union jobs. Well, today, Mr. Speaker, postal workers said no more, rallying on Parliament Hill to tell the Prime Minister no more cuts to Canada Post. Why does the minister stop what he's doing, actually do his job, protect public services, and stop attacking workers?
The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the contrary, Mr. Speaker, it's because we realize on this side, and we know full well that Canada Post is an essential institution to the fabric of our nation, that we're making and taking the necessary steps to put it on a path to financial viability. Canada Post, Mr. Speaker, is an institution worth saving, and it's an institution at this time that needs saving. It is losing $10 million a day. It needs to modernize. This is why we're taking the steps, making sure that we provide service all across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And that sera met fin à la période des questions. Is there a point of order?
Yes, for Winnipeg Centre.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre on a point of order.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs provided information about the Constitution with Section 35. The bill actually doesn't respect 35 and is in violation of
It's a matter of debate. It's not a point of order. It being 3:10, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Barlow relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Mr. Waugh, moved that given that the Prime Minister said Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery store, and that 1, food inflation is 70% above the Bank of Canada's target, 2, food prices are up 40% since the Liberals took power, 3, Daily Bread Food Bank expects 4 million visits to its food banks in 2025. 4, food bank use in Canada is up by 142% since 2015. The House call on the Liberal Prime Minister to stop taxing food by eliminating A, the industrial carbon tax on fertilizer and farm equipment, B, the inflation tax, money printing deficits, C, the carbon tax 2, the so-called clean fuel standard, and D, the food packaging tax, plastic ban, and packaging requirements. The
10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deadtel.
Mr. Deadtel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Kuzi.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. McLean, Calgary Centre.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Kobenia.
Ms. Kobenia.
Ms. Cody.
Ms. Cody.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Ritter.
Ms. Ritter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Brampton West.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielm.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Haldsey.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Curick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Strauss.
Mr. Strauss.
Que tous ceux...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Alti.
Ms. Alti.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Senate Suk.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Senate Suk.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Bardisi.
Mr. Bardisi.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Miles.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Schiefke.
Mr. Schiefke.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Madame Auguste.
Madame Auguste.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Connors.
Madame Donduran.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Ms. Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurtle.
Miss Hurtle.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Joseph.
Mr. Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Whean.
Ms. Whean.
Mr. Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Ms. Royer.
Miss Roy.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sahi.
Mr. Sari.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Mr. Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Oh, Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. May.
And Ms. May.
The House will now wait. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end. Colleagues, the House. Colleagues. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Informer la Chambre que la période de vote.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Je ne vois pas de main levée. Oui, yes, the honourable member.
My app wouldn't work. My vote is a yes.
Sturt Dawson, yay pour.
Okay. Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 138, 138. Nays contre 194, 194.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion rejected.
I believe there's a point of order.
Give him the middle finger, Mark.
I believe there's a point of order from the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with the spirit of how we've been operating last week, we did note that the member from Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, was not in her seat when you read out the vote. She came in right afterwards as you started calling the question on it. Perhaps you could canvass the member to see if she voted from her phone, but it would appear that her vote should not count since she did rise and vote in the chamber.
Yes, the honourable member, was the honourable member in her seat when the vote began? I didn't see, personally. I'm sorry, I can't hear the honourable member, there's too much noise.
Here for the question.
But was she in her seat? That the member, sorry, I can't hear the honourable member, but what I'm trying to ask the honourable member is, it's very possible, I assume as the member is saying she was in the chamber when the question was read, but was she in her seat when the vote began?
I could clearly hear you say the question.
Was the member in her seat when the voting started? Yes, the member, so it's on. We'll take the honourable members. We're all honourable members here. We'll take the honourable members' word. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that everyone clearly understand the rule. The member opposite was not sitting in her seat as you were reading the question. And I believe if you put it to her in that fashion, she might have been there at the very tail end, but she was not in her seat while the question had started to be read. And if you have to be in your seat at the time in which the question is being read from the beginning, then her vote should not count. So your clarification on the issue would be helpful.
Just to clarify, the rule is that the member has to be able to hear the question, but not necessarily in their seat. But when the vote begins, they must be in their seat. And the honourable member said that she was in her seat, and we will obviously give her the benefit of the doubt on that. So we'll move on. Okay. Inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Je désire informer la Chambre que le volume.
I wish to inform the House that the earpiece volume will now be reset.
Routine proceedings, tabling of documents. Okay. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant de députés.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Don't see anyone. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to present a petition on behalf of the constituents of Riding Mountain. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River are experiencing an alarming increase in violent crime that has threatened the safety and well-being of families across our region. A recent report by Manitoba West District RCMP found that over an 18-month period, just one offender in Swan River was responsible for 107 offenses. Petitioners continue to suffer consequences from the soft on crime liberal policies like Bill C-5 that repealed mandatory jail time for serious crimes, and Bill C-75, which forces judges to release repeat violent offenders right back onto the streets. Petitioners in the Swan Valley want to see the end to the Liberals' reckless catch-and-release policies so that criminals can stay behind bars. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for... No, that's not him. I have two. York Durham, the honourable member for York Durham, and then we'll get to the honourable member for... Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to lay before the House today. The first is from citizens in my riding in the community of Blackstock in the township of Scugog with respect to the Public Safety Minister's gun confiscation plan. The petitioners point out that the government is trying to ban and confiscate hunting rifles, shotguns of law-abiding hunters and sport shooters, and that Canada already has one of the most sensible and responsible regimes for controlling firearms in anywhere in the world. Moreover, petitioners note that it is not legal firearms that are the cause of gun violence in this country, it is illegal firearms flooding across the border. Now, Mr. Speaker, the residents of my riding who signed this petition therefore call on the government to repeal Bill C-21 and all relevant orders and councils, regulations, and other laws concerning the prohibition and confiscation of firearms, cancel the gun confiscation program, and third, apologize to legal firearms owners in Canada and compensate them for the loss of the use and enjoyment of their firearms.
For Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
That a petition from undersigned citizens and residents of Canada calling on the Government of Canada to reject Recommendation 430 of the FINA pre-budget report, reaffirm Canada's commitment to an open culture, and support each citizen's freedom to promote the common good through advancement of religion without punitive financial measures.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I have here a petition signed by concerned citizens. They are concerned about this Prime Minister's inaction on sustainable finance. They would remind us that 10 years ago, the Prime Minister made a speech about what he himself titled The Tragedy of the Horizon. In the speech, he talked about integrating climate risk to the world financial system. He criticized politicians who were taking short-term economic decisions without considering the long-term costly implications of climate change. It's now 10 years later, and Canada still hasn't taken the necessary measures to ensure that the financial sector is made responsible for its contribution to the climate crisis. The signatories of this petition, like 65% of the Canadian population, are in favor of climate regulation. The Prime Minister asked for that 10 years ago. He promised it during the election. And now he must take action.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to present a petition on behalf of residents of Fairhaven, Meadow Green, Park Ridge, and Confederation Park in Saskatoon, all of whom have faced significant challenges as crime, chaos, and disorder takes over their neighborhoods. They note that drug use and homelessness has overrun the neighborhoods, making public areas, schools, and even private backyards unsafe, and that safe supply and harm reduction programs paid for by the federal government have prolonged and encouraged drug use instead of offering treatment for addiction. So they're calling upon the government to bring back the mandatory minimum sentences for trafficking, importing, and production of illegal narcotics that were removed in Bill C-5. Number two, to end the dangerous safe supply experiment that has lowered the cost and increased supply of narcotics on the street. And finally, to invest in real treatment for drug users, such as rehabilitation beds that encourage people to get off drugs. And I fully support this petition. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Durham.
Rise to present a petition on behalf of concerned Canadians with the Liberal and NDP suggestion in the Finance Committee reports number 429 and 430 to revoke the charitable status of pro-life organizations and those that advance religion in this country. Mr. Speaker, over 40%, roughly 40% of charities in Canada would be...
The honourable member can't present petitions twice, I guess it is.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I did note that I had more than one petition to bring before the table, and I was cut off after the first was laid. I'm permitted to present more than one petition.
Oh, I apologize if I cut you off. Did I cut you off? Is that? Yeah, go ahead then. Go ahead.
I'm going to start from the top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of concerned Canadians with the Liberal proposal to revoke the charitable status of pro-life and religious affiliated charities in Canada. Roughly 40% of charities in Canada would be affected by this measure, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, petitioners note that Cardis, a very thoughtful Christian think tank, has quantified the economic effect that the benefits communities receive are over 10 times the cost to the Canadian government. But we know that charities don't do this because of economics. They do it to help the most vulnerable in our communities. Mr. Speaker, petitioners therefore call on the government to reject recommendations 429 and 430 of the Finance Committee and protect, defend, and uphold the right of charities to advance religion and help their communities.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Dorval, Lachine, LaSalle.
I'm pleased to rise to present a petition regarding animals. Canadian families are dealing with trauma and heartache as they are forced to abandon their pets due to the high cost of basic veterinary care. Elderly Canadians suffer undue stress concerning health costs and care of their beloved pets, sometimes their only companions. Thousands of domesticated animals, including pregnant cats and dogs, find themselves without shelter, food, or warmth. They are completely unprepared for survival and are subjected to the cruelty of starvation, extreme weather, other animals, and people themselves. Animal shelters and welfare centres across Canada suffer tremendous financial burden in the face of the high number of pet abandons. This forces centres to turn away many animals in need, all the while making them less able to focus on major issues such as intervention. Canada has historically taken strong action towards animal welfare, so the undersigned citizens would like to have implemented a refundable tax credit for neutering, spaying, and other veterinary care in an amount based on an average of regional costs. Thank you.
Thank you. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to table this petition that was created by Sachat First Nations member Don Foxcroft. And it's timely, Mr. Speaker. It's around Indigenous language funding. And just yesterday, as you know, was the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I'm tabling this petition on behalf of Canadians who are deeply concerned about the future of Indigenous languages. The petitioners draw the attention of the House to the fact that reconciliation requires urgent action to address the devastating loss of language and culture that First Nations have experienced. This is a truth and reconciliation call to action, Mr. Speaker. They note that while more and more Indigenous people are seeking to learn their languages, including survivor Clara from Hupachesset that I walked with yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that is learning her language and never had an opportunity. The number of fluent speakers continues to fall. They further raise concern that recent changes to federal funding put language preservation and revitalization at risk. The petitioners, many of them who walked yesterday with survivors, therefore call on the Government of Canada to ensure fair, adequate, and long-term funding for Indigenous languaging programming so that this vital work can continue before it's too late. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition signed by close to 1,500 Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and they're petitioning to the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship, noting that Canada has a moral and legal obligation to uphold international humanitarian law and refugee protections, and that the International Court of Justice and United Nations bodies have raised grave concerns about the ongoing genocide and humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the West Bank. They further note that Canada has demonstrated its capacity for rapid humanitarian response by processing Ukrainian visas in a matter of days, while Palestinian applications are often delayed over a year. And they're asking for the government to, one, immediately reduce processing times for family reunification applications from Gaza and the West Bank to reflect the urgency of the humanitarian crisis. Two, to simplify application procedures to ensure accessibility for applicants facing extreme conditions, including displacement, famine, and destruction of infrastructure. And three, provide alternative options for applicants to complete biometrics or other documentations outside of Gaza and the West Bank, and to prioritize the evacuation and reunification of Palestinians in life-threatening circumstances. And finally, Mr. Speaker, they are urging the government to take real action and let the processes and speed in processing the applications be meeting the guideline has been set for Ukrainians, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This petition is the paper version. There still is an e-petition to this effect, just for clarity, that's open for signature till January. Currently has 2,725 names. This is, of course, paper petition has 40 names of concerned constituents and Canadians asking for the Minister and for the House of Commons assembled to call on the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to bring home a wrongfully deported Canadian citizen, husband of a Canadian citizen, Zain Haq, currently in Pakistan, to be reunited with his wife, Sophia Pap, living in Vancouver. The petitioners point out the numerous ways that this couple is an intrinsic part of their community in Vancouver and calling on the Minister to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join colleagues today in tabling a petition raising concern about a proposal from the Liberal-dominated Finance Committee to strip charitable status from all houses of worship. This was, in particular, recommendation 430. The removal of charitable status from houses of worship would affect churches, mosques, synagogues, temples, gurdwaras, all houses of worship, by removing promotion of religion as a legitimate purpose under charities law. And this would also result in a confiscation tax. The removal of charitable status, as recommended in a recommendation 430, would lead to a confiscation tax which would require these houses of worship to hand over their property to the government. The member for Winnipeg North seems to think this is a ridiculous proposal. He should talk to the Liberals on the Finance Committee. He should read that report because it's a clear recommendation. It's one that Conservatives opposed, but it's one, sadly, that Liberals supported. Petitioners call on this House, on the government, to reject recommendation 430 and to protect freedom of religion, to recognize the positive contribution of faith communities in this country. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling a petition that raises significant concern about the existing euthanasia laws in Canada, and in particular, their pernicious effect on the quality of life of Canadians living with disabilities. Petitioners observe that the existing euthanasia regime in Canada tacitly endorses the notion that life with disability is optional and, by extension, disposable. They note that offering medical assistance in dying or euthanasia as a quote-unquote solution for disability or chronic illness reduces incentives to improve treatment and care for those living with these conditions. And finally, petitioners observe that disability advocates in Canada have expressed opposition, uniformly have expressed opposition to so-called Track 2 MAID. Therefore, petitioners would like to see the House and the government protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable by prohibiting euthanasia for those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months. And I'll leave it there, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on now to notice of motions for... Pardon me? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, questions on the order paper. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Requests for emergency debates. The honourable member. Sorry. Okay, well, I wish to inform the House that I've received 2 notices of requests for an emergency debate concerning the same subject. Members will be invited to rise and make brief interventions in the order the requests were received. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to request an emergency debate on the government's proposal to dismantle Canada Post services and the growing national response to these deeply concerning changes. Canada Post is older than Canada itself. It connects communities across this vast country and serves as a vital lifeline for hundreds of northern, Indigenous, and rural communities. At a time when our economy and sovereignty face mounting threats from Donald Trump, national institutions like Canada Post are essential to our unity and resilience. Without a doubt, Canada Post is facing serious challenges. These challenges require thoughtful, transparent, and inclusive solutions. Postal workers and their union have repeatedly put forward constructive proposals to modernize and strengthen the service, yet their voices have been ignored. In 2015, the Liberal Party promised to reverse Stephen Harper's plan to end door-to-door delivery. They called their approach real change. In 2018, then-Minister Carla Qualtrough led a 2-phase evidence-based review of Canada Post and unveiled what she called a renewed vision for the corporation, one that pledged to put service to Canadians at the heart of its mandate. However, that vision was never implemented, and that promise has since been abandoned. Without any mention during the last election campaign and without any debate in this House, this government recently announced drastic cuts to Canada Post service, including ending daily home mail delivery, closing rural post offices, and eliminating door-to-door delivery for millions of Canadians. These changes will mean fewer services for Canadians and significant job losses at a time when unemployment remains high. It will also very much hurt businesses in this country, including small business. They will disproportionately harm seniors, persons with disabilities, and residents of rural and remote communities, those who rely most on accessible, dependable postal services and who are least able to absorb the impact of these cuts. What's more, the government made this announcement in the midst of collective bargaining negotiations between Canada Post and its workers. Dropping such a sweeping restructuring plan into the middle of that process is like dropping a bomb. It constitutes direct interference and shows a fundamental lack of respect for collective bargaining and workers' rights. Tens of thousands of postal workers are now on picket lines across this country. Mail and parcels are not being processed or delivered. Post offices are closing. And today on Parliament Hill, workers and allies rally to defend good jobs and a strong public postal service, reinvigorated with revenue streams for the future. Mr. Speaker, they rally to send a clear message. Postal workers deserve better, and Canadians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, this House must not remain silent. We must have a rigorous, honest, and urgent discussion about the future of Canada Post, about how to protect and strengthen it for the benefit of all Canadians. That is why I'm calling on you, Mr. Speaker, to grant an emergency debate on this critical issue on this most cherished institution. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, on September 25th, the Minister of Government Transformation, Public Services and Procurement announced a significant overhaul of Canada's postal services model. Post Canada and its employees had been negotiating for 2 years. Despite that, the government decided to step into the negotiations. That led to a general strike among postal workers, which is having a significant impact on all people in Canada, and those who are waiting for Government of Quebec checks will have to go to a Service Quebec centre. Distribution of medication outside major urban centres is impacted. As well, there are thousands of SMEs who are now having difficulty sending out their goods. Passports are stuck in post offices. general election in Newfoundland and Labrador has been postponed. Municipal elections in Quebec are at risk. 55,000 Canada Post workers are on a general strike. They're wondering whether they'll still have a job tomorrow. All of this is occurring because the government did not consult before taking action. That's why we feel that an emergency debate is essential so that together we can work on solutions to the conflict which began on September 25th.
Kingsway and Laurentides-Labelle for their interventions. However, I'm not satisfied that this request meets the specific requirements of the standing orders at this time. Cela étant dit, je sais qu'il
That said, I know that this is a subject of great interest to many members. I am open to reconsidering this request at a further date if the situation compels.
To rule on the question of privilege raised on September 15th, 2025 by the member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, concerning members' access to federal penitentiaries. In raising the question of privilege, the member alleged that he and the member for Cloverdale Langley City had been obstructed and treated disrespectfully during a visit to Fraser Valley Institution on July 28, 2025. He argued that Section 72 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act was enacted to enable members to supervise what is happening in penitentiaries. He also explained that this visit was made to fulfill his responsibilities, including his role as the opposition shadow minister for public safety. The member admitted that he was granted access to the institution, but he asserted that the constant presence of an assistant warden, which was imposed despite his explicit request to visit the facility with uniformed correctional officers only, inhibited his conversations with staff and inmates by creating an intimidating environment and preventing candid discussion. The member stated that this obstruction interfered with his ability to fully prepare for the proceedings of the House, including the development of questions and motions and lines of questioning at committee. On September 16th, the member for Cloverdale Langley City rose in support of her colleague's allegations. She pointed out that members have a duty to directly oversee public institutions to ensure that incarcerated persons are treated with dignity and respect. Pour sa part, le secrétaire parlementaire.
On September 18th, the parliamentary secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons responded. He stated that there was no clear connection between the member's visit to the penitentiary and their parliamentary duties. He noted that this visit was not officially sanctioned by the House of Commons or by a committee. While the parliamentary secretary acknowledged that it was regrettable that the members believed that they were not treated with due respect, he added that there were likely protocols in place to have visitors escorted. Since the members were allowed to enter and tour the facility, no intimidation or obstruction took place, in his view. Before going any further, I believe it is appropriate to review the wording of Section 72 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which the member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, referred to. It reads as follows. Every member of the House of Commons, every senator, and every judge of a court in Canada has the right to, subject to such reasonable limits as are prescribed for protecting the security of the penitentiary or the safety of persons. They thus have the right.
And to judges, incidentally, is nothing new. In the United Kingdom, these visits are believed to have canonical origins that date back centuries. In Canada, they are mentioned in the legislative provisions from before Confederation, as well as in Parliament's 1868 Penitentiary Act. At the time, the right to visit was granted not only to members of Parliament, but also to many public office holders, including the Governor-General, the Lieutenant Governors, the members of the Federal Cabinet, and others. These visiting rights remained in place thereafter, set out in various laws before being repealed in 1961. Parliamentarians' visits to federal penitentiaries subsequently fell under a directive of the Commissioner of the Correctional Service. Visiting rights were restored to statutory form in the current Section 72 of the Act with the overhaul of the prison law in 1992. Note that while the bill was before Parliament, an amendment that would have given parliamentarians full access to any person in a penitentiary at any time was debated. However, the House rejected that proposal and passed the current wording. In a ruling delivered on April 29, 1971, concerning a member who had been denied access to a penitentiary, which can be found on page 5,338 of the debate, Speaker Lamoureux offered the following explanation, and I quote, "On a number of occasions, I have defined what I consider to be parliamentary privilege. Privilege is that which sets honourable members apart from other citizens, giving them rights which the public do not possess. I suggest we should be careful in construing any particular circumstance which might add to the privileges which have been recognized over the years and perhaps over the centuries as belonging to members of the House of Commons. It seems to me that the fact that the Penitentiary Act in the past, until 1961, I believe, did provide for a right on the part of members to make visits is an indication that if it were part of parliamentary privilege, it would not have been included in the statutes." End quote. Les droits de visite des pénitentiaires.
The right of parliamentarians to visit penitentiaries provided by Section 72 of the Act does not seem to fall within the bounds of parliamentary privilege. Consequently, the way members' visits to institutions are handled is not a matter for the chair. As for the allegation of obstruction by the assistant warden, in a decision handed down on February 26, 1975, which can be found on page 3,580 of the debates, Speaker Jerome stated the following, and I quote, "The classic definition of a question of privilege does not fit circumstances in which a member in his duties outside this House finds that his scope is being restricted or attempts are being made to restrict his scope of intervention and effective work on behalf of not only his constituents, but his point of view as a member of the federal parliament," end quote. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition explains on page 60, and I quote, "Privilege essentially belongs to the House as a whole. Individual members can claim privileges only insofar as any denial of their rights or threat made to them would impede the functioning of the House. In addition, individual members cannot claim privilege or immunity on matters that are unrelated to their functions in the House." End quote. It further states the following on page 109, quote, "While every member has duties as a representative of the electorate, a member may claim the protection of privilege relating only to his or her parliamentary functions, though the line distinguishing these duties might blur." End quote. The threshold that must be met to find that a member was impeded in the performance of their parliamentary functions is intentionally set high. And the associated repercussions must be more than hypothetical. Not every activity that involves members' access to information necessarily meets this threshold. Merely stating that the information could be useful for a motion a member intends to move or a question they wish to ask is not enough to link it with House proceedings. The issue must be closely and directly related, or necessarily incidental, to the legislative or deliberative functions of the House or its members.
Furthermore, as regards the protection of members against obstruction in the performance of their functions, I would refer to the words of Speaker Bosley in the decision rendered on May 16, 1986, and printed on pages 13,361 and 13,362 of the debates, in which he remarked that a threat or attempt to intimidate cannot be hypothetical. It must exist or have taken place. Therefore, the Chair cannot find that there is a prima facie question of privilege. I understand the members' concerns, and I'm not downplaying their importance, but the facts presented do not satisfy the strict criteria for finding a breach of parliamentary privilege. That said, while this matter does not constitute a prima facie question of privilege, our federal institutions, including penitentiaries, must nonetheless strive to facilitate the vital work of parliamentarians. I thank all members for their attention. Pardon me? No, okay. So I guess we're now at orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C9, Combating Hate Act.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has 3.5 minutes left in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with limited time, I think that I'll do is take a bit of an overview in the sense that when you take a look at the issue of combating hate, this legislation is substantive and will in fact make a significant difference in our communities.
Hear, hear.
Now, I would also suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that one needs to take a look in terms of the last election. In the last election, there was a commitment to bring forward legislation of this nature. Now, I say that because the election was not that long ago when we had a new Prime Minister and a new government get elected based on a series of commitments. Those commitments, at least in part to date, have come in the form of legislation. I could talk about C2, the Stronger Borders legislation. I could talk about the C4, the middle class tax break for Canadians, or C5, a One Canada economy legislation. C8, the critical cyber system legislation, Madam Speaker, or C9, what we're debating today, hate crime. It is very real. It is very tangible. With that mandate, not only was the government given a responsibility, but so was all opposition members, Madam Speaker. A very clear mandate that was given to all of us. Canadians want and expect that their parliamentarians here in Ottawa will work cooperatively in order to see legislation and budgetary measures pass through the system.
Hear, hear.
My appeal to all members of the House is to recognize the mandate that was given by Canadians and allow for legislation like what we're debating today and other pieces of legislation that we've already introduced, or legislation such as our bail reform, which is going to be coming out very shortly, Madam Speaker. Allow the legislation to get to a committee stage. That's what's in the best interest of Canadians, Madam Speaker. It's not to limit debate, because at the end of the day, we still have third reading, we still have all sorts of debates and consultations that take place in our standing committees. The legislation today, Madam Speaker, with only a minute to go, it's important that we recognize how much racism and hatred has actually increased over the last number of years. When you take a look in terms of race or ethnicity, that is number one in terms of hate, Madam Speaker, followed by religion, followed by sexual orientation. Those are the big three, Madam Speaker. And it happens every day in communities throughout Canada, Madam Speaker. It's one of the reasons why it's so critically important that we recognize this legislation not only as a commitment that was a part of our electoral platform, but to recognize that communities are hurting, and this is legislation that will advance more peaceful communities, and I would encourage all members to support.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to thank the member from Winnipeg North for his speech. I was here for the first part of the speech last week, and unfortunately I was around for the end of it. Simple question. I wonder if the member takes any responsibility for his party's action that has seen such a massive rise in anti-Semitism in the country, attacks on churches, attacks on religions. Does he bear any responsibility, or does he believe it's just coincidence that this massive rise in hate just happens to coincide with the 10 years they've been in government?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think what's important is that as a government, we have to look in terms of the types of actions that we can take to minimize the hate, such as bringing forward legislation of this nature. To try to say that whether it's the previous government or even the Harper government that started an escalation of hatred, you always have to put things into proper context of time. There are world events that take place Madam Speaker. Just take a look in terms of what's happening in the Middle East.
Yep.
And these are very real, live things that are having an impact in the communities in which we represent. That's why it's important that we recognize this legislation for
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, as my colleague noted, we would be interested in sending this bill to committee and working on it there. But there's something I would like to point out. We have some concerns. Quebec has a long history of peaceful demonstrations, and that could come under threat due to this bill. So I'd like my colleague to explain how he would draw the line of where it becomes criminal to prevent access to a given place. We are concerned about some government overreach here. Does he share our concern?
Secretary. I am a very strong advocate for the Canadian Charter of Rights. I respect our democratic principles, one of being able to protest. What I do not respect is when you get hate-motivated protest where it's targeted against a particular ethnic or a religious group, Madam Speaker. I have very little, if anything, zero tolerance. I don't believe that you should be, for example, preventing an individual from being able to go to a place of worship or faith, whether it's a synagogue or a mosque. And I think that that is an expectation that people should feel safe to be able to attend things of that nature.
Honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on September the 16th, I got a note from Abbotsford. Sarbjeet Kaur from Abbotsford writes me this, that what is RCMP, because there was hateful comments around the Nagar Kirtan that they had in Abbotsford. She says, what is RCMP and other bodies doing about all these hateful things going on? I feel so unsafe about sending our kids out to school. Do you think schools like the Shmeh School and Khalsa School should have more security in place? Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the honourable member from Winnipeg North to comment on this and give a message to Sarjeet why this bill is more important than Conservatives think.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether it is my friend and colleague who just raised the question, or the Prime Minister who has made comments on it, or the general feeling within not only the Liberal caucus but many others, that people have a right to feel safe to be able to participate in the things in which my friend and colleague just referenced. Yeah. Whether it's a Nagar Keaton, going to a Gurdwara, these are things that are a part of who we are, and we should be celebrating it, and we should not have to tolerate targeted hate messaging, and we need collectively to make a strong statement, and this type of legislation goes as at least as an important step in doing just that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to our honourable colleague, we're trying to combat hate, but the root cause, and prompted by a question he was asked earlier, why don't we go after rage farming and the algorithms, and we bring back the digital services tax and really deal with the threat that promotes hatred?
Brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, the internet in many ways has been such a wonderful thing in terms of advancement of our communities and society and the world in general, but there's a lot of negatives that are there, Madam Speaker, and this whole rage and hatred that we see through different forms of the internet is something that concerns me, and I suspect it would concern a great number of people, and looking for ideas on how we can minimize the negatives of the internet is something in which I'm always open to listen to at the very least.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Madam Speaker, it's an honour to rise in the House of Commons to speak to Bill C9, an act to amend the criminal code with respect to hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places. I will be splitting my time with my dear friend, a member of Parliament for Bowmanville, Oshawa North. Gardner and Voltaire, one English journalist, another French satirist. A.G. Gardner, in his essay On the Rule of the Road, put it plainly: your freedom ends where the other person's nose begins. Your right to swing your fist ends when it collides with another's safety. To live together, we accept this social contract. curbing certain impulses so that everyone may move freely. Gardner used simple ideas like the limits of playing a trombone at midnight to illustrate the point. True freedom comes with the responsibilities of restraint, rules, and tolerance. Without responsibilities, liberties clash and dissolve into anarchy where no one is free. With these responsibilities, we achieve freedom for all, including our minorities. Voltaire, in his writings and satire, came to the same truth from another perspective. For him, freedom of speech was a lifeblood of progress. A society advances when ideas, even unpopular ones, can be expressed and tested. He fought censorship, knowing that suppression is always the tool of tyranny. The phrase often attributed to him, which was, "I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it," was in fact penned later by Evelyn Beatrice Hall. Voltaire defended free expression while rejecting incitement, libel, and sedition, insisting that open dialogue is the only safeguard for liberty. Taken together, Gardner and Voltaire remind us that freedom lives in the balance in between. Without restraint, it collapses into anarchy. Without expression, into tyranny. It is against this balance that we must measure the state of our country today. Taking into account the understanding that Gardner and Voltaire provide us with, let's chart out Canada in the last decade and provide three principal critiques to Bill C-9. The hate crime legislation before us right now is one that we should have been debating several years ago. We will take no lessons from liberals when it comes to fighting hate. Let's talk about this last decade. Since 2015, when they took office, hate crimes have gone up 258%. Police-reported hate crimes have increased 6 years in a row. Anti-Semitic hate crimes are up 416%. We have a government in place that has allowed Jewish Canadians, who account for less than 1% of our population, to become the most targeted minority in our country. 70% of all hate crimes targeted on less than 1% of the population. This is a government that for far too long has decided to place political expediency over moral clarity, choosing appeasement over principle. A synagogue firebombed twice in 1 year. 2 Jewish schools shot up. A bomb threat targeting Jewish institutions across Canada. A Jewish man assaulted in a Montreal park. A Jewish woman stabbed in the kosher section of an Ottawa Loblaws. The government's announcement on the eve of Rosh Hashanah to grant a state to those who practice state terror as statecraft, emboldening mobs and violence upon our Jewish communities, is just the latest example. It has been a decade of waiting for the rule of law over mob rule. Christians across our country have been subjected to over 100 church bombings and attacks. Communities are divided against one another as political projects of liberals rather than as a country being raised on the basis of the rule of law for all its people. Truckers took to our streets to protest for their rights and freedoms, as this Prime Minister then betrayed civil liberty and sowed distrust in our financial institutions, calling those very protesters seditious. Seditious, Madam Speaker. Trust is broken in this country. Our institutions, whether media, bureaucratic, judicial, financial, academic, have all been subjected to radical conformity, not critical thinking. The rot of one ideology as supreme against all others has shaken the confidence of Canadians. And restoring that trust requires much more than the performance art and virtue signaling that much of Bill C-9 presents. The same Liberal members of Parliament that stood and watched as trust eroded, as communities were torn apart, stand here today to claim that they have solutions for the very problems they caused. They claim they have majestically changed since their new Prime Minister took office. We cannot forget the damage and division they sowed, the trust they have broken. Madam Speaker, it is against this backdrop of rising hate and violence that the Liberals have caused, I offer 3 principal critiques of Bill C-9. First, the removal of the Attorney General from the process of approving charges for hate crimes. The requirement for AG consent has long served as a safeguard against abuse and a means for accountability. By removing that oversight, the government risks giving unelected bureaucrats unchecked discretion over prosecutions, paving the way for radical ideological judges. As my friend, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, put it best on September 24th, and I quote, "Right now, our biggest problem is that enforcement is not consistent. Bail is virtually automatic, and charges are often dropped. Serious charges are plead down. That is where Parliament's attention should be, on stronger enforcement, on swifter prosecutions, and on support for victims. Unamended, this bill risks punishing the unpopular while the truly dangerous slip through." End quote. Second, a question of identity. Where the bill currently refers to the protection of identity, it shifts attention away from protecting individual dignity. This carve-out from free speech gives liberals the opportunity to define what they don't like as hate speech. Identities and human association are complex and subjective, but the concept of the individual's rights and dignity are objective. Our laws should defend every Canadian against intimidation, harassment, and violence, not protect abstract categories that are open to interpretation. And third, another concern with Bill C-9 is its approach to defining hate itself. As drafted, and as the government indicates, the bill would codify the Supreme Court of Canada's definition of hatred as detestation or vilification. On its face, this seems consistent, but by removing the word extreme, the government lowers the legal threshold, enabling police to lay a multitude of charges with less scrutiny and less investigation. In practice, this risks opening the floodgates to inconsistent prosecution and litigation. This is the kind of overreach we've come to expect in the United Kingdom, but not here in Canada. Conservatives are the party of free speech, not the party of prosecuting those for whose speech we don't agree with. There's a lot at stake in Bill C-9, Madam Speaker. We must resist the left's troubling argument that words alone constitute violence. Words are words. Violence is violence. Conflating the two licenses the idea that real violence is a legitimate response to speech, a principle that is both dangerous and indefensible. The only correct response to offensive or hateful words is more words, more debate. If there has been a rise in hate in Canada, it is not because we fail to police speech. It is because we fail to police actions, barricading neighborhoods, assaulting members of religious minorities, burning down churches, shooting up synagogues, vandalizing our minority-held businesses. And because we have a government that sows division, pitting one community against another, that treats one speech as sacrosanct and the other as seditious. It is because our government does not have the resources to act, and because liberals have created a justice system that lets offenders walk back onto our streets. The solution to violence is enforcement of the law by police and by courts, accountability for wrongdoers, and genuine condemnation by public officials, none of which we have seen. Bill C-9, as written, falls short. As hate crimes have risen across this land, successive public safety and justice ministers have failed to bring focus to the source of these crimes. They have failed to provide both legal and moral leadership to stand against the mob and call for civility in Canada that honors what Gardner and Voltaire had described. Without them, violent crimes go unchecked. It's time to jail the haters, not for what they say, but for what they do. Madam Speaker, Bill C-9 fails to strike the balance Canadians expect. Despite having had the support of Conservatives since the elections, Liberals only table a law now that essentially repurposes existing law and contributes very little to dealing with one of the biggest crises our country has to confront. We must confront hatred with the rule of law and of love of liberty. We must protect Canadians from violence, not expose them to arbitrary prosecutions. We must hold this government accountable for legislation that leaves our communities vulnerable. That is our responsibility. That is our commitment. That is the standards Canadians expect. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's perhaps look in the mirror here. The Conservative leader is associated with Conspiracy Theory Convoy. He's used misogynistic keywords in his party's propaganda. He's associated with the alt-right extremist and white supremacist adjacent group Diagolon. His party spent years appeasing the Conservative Party base, bringing nothing to the table but division and conflict. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, is what responsibility does the Conservative Party and their party leader have for the growing hate and division in Canada?
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
The honourable member should actually look in the mirror. This is a government that has spent the last decade dividing Hindus and Sikhs against one another. This is a government that has failed to utter a single word of strength against a majority of hate crimes being leveled against less than 1% of our population. More than 70% of all hate crimes across this country are focused on less than 1% of this population. And over the last years, what has this government done? Accelerated the hate, poured gas onto the fire, where synagogues have been bombed, schools have been shot, communities have been threatened. Conservatives will take no lessons from liberals on what it takes to actually confront hate when they're the ones that have been promoting it all along.
Here, here. Commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I know my honourable colleague wasn't yet a member of this place or living in Ottawa during the convoy, but I don't think he fully recognizes how awful it was for local businesses, local residents not to be able to sleep, to have horns blowing all the time. We sat in this chamber not knowing if the trucks outside were loaded with explosives or not. I remember a colleague, no, we didn't, no one knew what was in those vehicles, and I was told by the RCMP that I needed an escort to get in and out of the building because my face was too well known and I wouldn't be safe trying to get in this building. The buses weren't running, the taxis weren't running, and it wasn't safe to walk through a crowd. Does the honourable member really think that was an acceptable situation for Parliament?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
I appreciate the question, but let me offer this. At the time, it's true, I wasn't in this chamber and I didn't represent the great people of Calgary Heritage. At the time, I was a writer, a thought leader at a place called the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. I happened to be in Ottawa at the time of the convoy protests, and I decided to take a look for myself to see exactly what was involved. I walked from one end to the other. I probably encountered a bit too much beer and weed for my taste, but I will tell you, this was a peaceful protest. These were authentic people fighting for their freedoms and doing so for the best interests of our country and our communities. The fact that they would be diminished by the farce of what had been opposed as an emergency act against them and against the freedoms of Canadians, freedoms that have been shaken in our financial systems for subjective enforcement of the rule of law, are all things that need to be confronted and never again permitted to happen.
Member for London Fanshawe. Okay, the Honourable Member, for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question for the member from Calgary Heritage, I have heard from many members of Canada's Hindu community across Durham region concerned that through Bill C-9, the Liberal government is associating one of their sacred symbols with hate. Has the member from Calgary Heritage heard the same concerns?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
I appreciate the question a great deal, and I thank the Honourable Member for his incredible work on restoring trust among our young people and trust between communities. The Nazi hooked cross was culturally appropriated from the ancient civilization of Hindus and Indians themselves. So people of Indian origin and Hindu faith have often seen that symbol as the swastika, as it's properly known, as a symbol of peace, of love, and of prosperity. When the Nazis culturally appropriated it and made it famous as a symbol of hate, they chose to do something terrible in this country. In how we speak about hate crimes and hate symbols, it is so important for us to learn this lesson of history, to classify the hooked cross by the Nazis correctly, and to defend our Hindu community and to defend our Hindu.
L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Madam Speaker, since we're talking about hate speech, does he agree with the religious exemption? Does he agree that parts of the criminal code about hate speech, if it's based on a religious motivation, then there might be an exemption. People would be able to say these things with impunity. Does he think that's reasonable?
Answer from the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
In the interest of time, I'm looking forward to discussing what these issues are with our honourable members and colleagues in the bloc, and I know we'll have an opportunity to do so in committee.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for... apologies, before we resume debate. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître à la Chambre les questions qu'elle abordera à l'heure de l'ajournement ce soir. Art for Saskatchewan, Employment, the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South, Mr. Lawton, and the Honourable Member for Firearms, that's what I was meant to say, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre, Finance. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Calgary Heritage. Madam Speaker, freedom of expression is a special part of Canada's political and cultural tradition. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms says that everyone in our country has the following fundamental freedoms: freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. When any government seeks to limit or constrain this freedom, it requires a special trust between the people of the country and that government. Ideally, the people know that when the government seeks to limit their expression, that government has their best interests in mind, and that any effort to limit freedom of expression will be done so fairly and justly. Today, the Liberal government does not have that trust with many Canadians. And it's important that we understand why as we debate the merits of Bill C-9, in which the Liberal government is proposing new ways of limiting free expression in our dear country. A government that is deserving of trust would, of course, be one that is honest with the people of the country. And unfortunately, that is not the case with Bill C-9. Much of this legislation is duplicative of laws already on the books and does not adequately address the core reasons why crime has increased. The problem of crime primarily requires the federal government to more earnestly enforce the laws we already have and support police officers to investigate crimes and lock up criminals. The Liberal government is, frankly, Madam Speaker, taking attention away from their very real enforcement problem as it pertains to the criminal law and the justice system, and instead is distracting people with legislation, and in doing so is not being straight up with the people of our country. A government that is deserving of trust with legislation like Bill C-9 would also be a government that treats all religious communities fairly, and that is not the case. In the rollout of Bill C-9, the Liberal government failed to mention anti-Christian bigotry in explaining how this legislation would address increases in hate in our country. And of course, anti-Christian bigotry has risen dramatically in recent years, as evidenced by over 100 churches being burned down or vandalized. In fact, the government's statements about Bill C-9 seem to go very far out of their way to avoid mentioning Christians and to avoid mentioning what has been happening to Christian communities across our country, despite mentioning other targeted communities. This is not a surprise to me, Madam Speaker, and probably not to many in this chamber, as when the Liberal government had an opportunity last year to support conservative legislation to increase the penalty for arson against churches, which was known as Bill C-411, the Liberal government did nothing. They did not step up to work with us. They did not even articulate support for our efforts. You may recall that Bill C-411, introduced by my conservative colleague from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, introduced mandatory minimum sentences for criminals attacking churches. A fantastic idea and an important part of any meaningful response to what has happened to churches across our country. And yet, despite claims by the current Liberal government that they are something new and different from who we contended with last year, they continue to take the exact same approach to how they deal with Christians in our country, continuing to refuse to step up and take any action. Ultimately, it is important for Christians and non-Christians across our beautiful nation to ask why Liberals seem unwilling to address the attacks on churches in Bill C-9, Bill C-411, or any bill for that matter. And I think the answer, if we're being very honest, is that liberals like to use their power in government to pick winners and losers. They like to decide who deserves attention and protection, who deserves to have their dignity affirmed, and who does not. Liberals, frankly, do not see Christians as deserving of protection, and Bill C-9 is a very clear example of that, plain and simple on paper. And with that in mind, it's difficult to trust whether the Liberals would apply these new powers they seek to have to limit free expression fairly and justly for all Canadians the same. Now, I anticipate, Madam Speaker, that Liberals may say that Bill C-9 is responding to the needs of religious communities by including language for the protection of Canadians who attend places of worship. And believe me, Madam Speaker, I would very much like to see more protections for Canadians who attend places of worship. In August, I submitted a motion to the Standing Committee for Heritage to discuss precisely this issue. However, my concern with Bill C-9 is that they are taking a very real issue, which is that Canadians who attend places of worship need more protections, and they are using that very real issue to justify the expansion of their government's power to define what constitutes acceptable speech. Liberals have demonstrated over the last decade they have been in power an intolerance for Christians and other Canadians who may disagree with them on important social and cultural issues. And for that reason, I worry that this government will use the new powers they seek to have under Bill C-9 to make it even more difficult for people in our great country to freely practice their faith. Importantly, it is not just Christians who have concerns about being excluded from Bill C-9, it is also Hindus across our country. I have personally heard from many Hindu Canadians in Bowmanville, Oshawa North, and across Durham Region who have expressed concerns over how some of their religious symbols have been characterized in Bill C-9. There is concern from many in the Hindu community that this legislation equates one of their sacred symbols with symbols of hatred. They are not being treated fairly by this Liberal government either. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think it's very important to note another reason why many Canadians do not trust the Liberal government. Under their watch, the justice system has become weak and ineffective at protecting our communities. To have a trusting relationship with the public, especially if you have the audacity to ask the public to allow you to limit their free expression even further, the Liberal government should prove that it is willing to listen to cries for help from police officers asking for important justice reforms. Many criminals, whether they are motivated by hate or something else, could be off the street right now if the core problems in the justice system were adequately addressed. Canada needs a justice system that will be tougher on criminals, and that means real consequences for breaking the law and hurting our people. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd like to share the words of Durham Region's Police Chief, Peter Morera, who offered a powerful statement on the topic of justice reform a couple of days ago. And I quote, "We must establish meaningful consequences that deter convicted individuals from reoffending. Offenders who endanger the public, whether through the use of weapons, threats, or reckless driving, should be remanded into custody. Breaching bail conditions should disqualify individuals from future bail, especially when it's their third, fourth, or subsequent release. Bill C-75 began this dangerous trend of multiple releases. We need justice reform that prioritizes the rights of law-abiding citizens over the rights of repeat offenders." So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, it is obvious to anyone paying attention why Canadians would be uncomfortable with this Liberal government asking for more power over our lives, and it would be better time spent with them trying to fix the justice system that they have broken. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
I take great offense to this member coming into this House and trying to suggest that he represents the voice of all Christians, Madam Speaker.
Yep.
As an individual who's a Christian myself, who was raised in a family that attended service every Sunday, as a Christian myself who has my own children in a Christian school, and we value the Christian beliefs and the values, and we educate them to support those, I take great offense to this member somehow suggesting that my place of worship will not be properly taken care of in this piece of legislation if there was to be an event that happened there, much like the other events that he's referring to. This member and Conservatives are trying to drive a divide between religions based on the language that he's using. So just very simply, can he please explain to me where in the legislation my place of worship, a Christian place of worship, will not be properly taken care of, whereas another place of worship would be? Where is it in the legislation?
The Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It sounds like I've offended the member opposite. Have I committed a hate crime now? Am I in trouble with Bill C-9 because I've offended this gentleman? Look, the reality is, instead of having all this vitriol to throw toward me, he should ask his colleagues why they have left Christians and anti-Christian bigotry out of any of their public statements concerning Bill C-9. Ask his colleagues why they refuse to acknowledge over 100 churches being burned down across our country. They won't lift a finger to do anything about it, even when we've given them plenty of opportunity. So save your energy from me and to direct it to your own side of the aisle. Thank you.
I hope the Honourable Member is not talking about me. My energy is quite well saved. Questions et commentaires, l'Honourable député Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find this sincerely to be fascinating. My colleague is saying that he speaks for Christians, that he represents Christians. So, according to him, in this bill, Christians and people from other faiths should be defended by MPs. Well, I look at all religions the same, and with that in mind, and I'd like to hear from my colleague on this, wouldn't we need to amend this bill to ensure that hate crimes should be forbidden even if they're on the basis of religious belief?
Thank you for the question. Once again, all I'm asking for is for Christians to be treated the same as everybody else, and yet you can see the kind of reaction you get. Just saying the word Christian invokes a certain kind of energy out of people in this chamber, and I'm very curious as to why that is. Why is it that the Liberal government could introduce legislation, name a series of communities that it's supposed to help, leave Christians out, and I'm the bad guy for mentioning it? Come on, get serious.
I hope the Honourable Member remembers that he has to speak through the chair and not direct comments to the chair. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his impassioned speech, and I do have to express the same concerns that he has about this government with the Christian faith. We have seen innumerable amount of churches being attacked, vandalized, burnt down, one just recently, a historic one in Alberta. When it had come up previously, the Liberal Prime Minister Trudeau at the time said it was fully understandable that people were burning down these churches. I'm just wondering if he believes, as the Liberals are saying, that that's standing up for that faith by saying it's fully understandable that Christian churches are being burned to the ground.
The Honourable Member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wonderful question from my colleague, because he points to something very important for us to acknowledge, which is this effort to downplay and dismiss anti-Christian bigotry from the Liberal government is part of a much larger, broader pattern of behavior to diminish the place of Christians and their feelings in our democracy. They have also introduced new ideas to take away charitable status from religious organizations. We've seen numerous petitions brought forward in this House to draw attention to that. We've given the Liberal government numerous opportunities to clearly state that they are going to protect the charitable status of religious organizations. They refuse to do so. It is a deeply rooted problem in this Liberal government, and you can tell why it's such a sensitive spot to bring it up.
Before we resume debate, I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Le projet de loi S.
Bill S-210, an act to create Ukrainian Heritage Month.
Is it agreed? Oh, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member of Nunavut. Madame la Présidente, je suis heureuse.
Madam Speaker, I am very pleased to rise today to speak to this bill, a bill that would amend the criminal code in order to better protect access to religious and cultural locations and to fight the increase in hate throughout the country at a critical time. In 2014, there were around 1,300 hate crimes. By 2024, that number had sharply increased to around 4,900. Race or ethnic-based hate crimes have increased particularly sharply. They went from 611 cases in 2014 to around 2,300 in 2024. Religion-based hate crimes have also considerably increased, going from around 400 in 2014 to over 1,000 in 2024. Since 2020, Black Canadians are the community that is most often targeted by race-based hate crimes. They represent 37% of those hate crimes. They represented 37% in 2024. And also in that year, most religion-based hate crimes targeted Jews 68% and Muslims 17%. These numbers and statistics only represent part of the story. But the sad truth rather, is that no community or faith is fully sheltered from hate. We wish to help Canadians feel safer in various locations where they come together. Our government is deeply concerned by the situation. Our government has been very clear. It will take a number of measures to improve public safety in this respect.
C9 is the next step on that trajectory. I'd like to be very clear. Regardless of our origins, of who we are, if Canada is our country of residence, then we deserve to live in Canada in peace without hatred.
Human cost of the spread of hate in our communities. I wish I could say the examples are few. Within the past 2 years, reports on threats and attacks of places of worship, community centers, and religious schools, as well as the hate-motivated crime more generally, continue to become more commonplace. To take but a few examples, reporting from Global News CBC and the Montreal Gazette during this time includes shootings and attacks on and at synagogues and mosques, evacuations of Jewish schools and Muslim community centers due to bomb threats, reports of attacks against Muslim taxi drivers and women wearing the hijab. While these particular media stories focus on anti-Semitic and Islamophobia incidents, we know other communities in Canada share similar experiences of hate-motivated conduct, including because they are Indigenous, because of the color of their skin, the God they worship, or who they love. Let me be clear. These incidents are abhorrent and do not reflect the values of Canadian society. While Canada will always be a place for those to come together and, at times, disagree on issues, there is no place for intimidation and violence in our homes and where communities gather. Cette montée inquiétante de la...
The worrisome increase in hatred in Canada and around the world must be countered. We must strongly condemn it, and we must stand together in unity. Madam Speaker, I wish to assure all of my colleagues and all Canadians that we will always be able to have difficult conversations, and we will always be able to express our issues, we can do so peacefully and through peaceful protest and demonstration. This bill is a very robust reaction to hate speech issues, but the bill's provisions have been carefully designed to ensure that peaceful gatherings and peaceful demonstrations not be unreasonably limited. The bill under study does not prevent anyone from demonstrating or expressing their thoughts and concerns about issues. Now, I'd like to take a few minutes to cover some action taken through C9, and I will explain how they will support the legal system and also react to these worrisome trends. C9 would add 4 new offenses to the criminal code, which will give clear and appropriate tools to the Attorney General, to judges, and to law enforcement. We will be able to respond to harassment, bullying, and violence in cultural and religious places and around them. There will be a specific offense of inciting fear in someone in order to block them from accessing a place of worship or a place used by a certain cultural or religious group. It would also make it an infraction, an offense for anyone to purposely block someone's access to one of these places. These 2 new infractions will ensure that police officers have clear tools so that they can intervene when someone behaves in a way that crosses the line and acts criminally toward or around these places. Let's be clear, neither of these 2 proposed offenses would impede people from demonstrating around or near these places. This bill seeks to clamp down on crime. This bill will not take away any charter rights. As an example, Madam Speaker, if someone tries to disrupt a peaceful demonstration by using violence, the police will be able to respond appropriately to that individual's behavior without in any way preventing those demonstrating from expressing their views. In order to make things very clear, there will be defenses for those who are at a place only to communicate information, and that is already a defense for similar offenses. Its application is clear and recognized in laws regarding picketing and demonstrating. As long as this is done peacefully, and as long as this does not have any major impact on access to the area, this will not be included or targeted by the new offense. The bill would also make it an offense to publicly display some terrorist and hate symbols. This is a way to crack down on hate speech. I wish to reassure my colleagues that we do not seek to limit all symbols. We want it to be criminal to use a symbol to intentionally promote hatred toward an identifiable group. The bill is very clearly drafted and would not impact those using symbols for legitimate purposes, such as journalists, artists, or those in education. C9 would also make it another hate crime offense. This is in response to a general rise in hatred in Canada. This 4th offense would deter any criminal act motivated by hatred. This is an important tool for police officers and Crown attorneys throughout the country. Now it would be a crime. It would be an offense to commit a crime motivated by hatred related to ethnic origins, religion, race, or sex. This will apply to criminal code offenses or federal act offenses and would lead to steeper fines based on the severity of the crime committed.
Legal arsenal against hatred and sends a clear signal that hate has no place in our communities. It is the sincere hope of this government and myself that we can come together to consider and study this bill with the aim of making Canada a safer place for all people who live here. J'exhorte tous les députés à...
I urge all members to join me in supporting these essential measures. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for her intervention. I don't know if she has a copy of the Criminal Code handy, but I know she is a lawyer, and I wanted to ask her whether she agrees that hate symbols are already covered under Section 319(2) of the Criminal Code, which pertains to the willful promotion of hatred by virtue of the list enumerated in Section 319.7 of the Criminal Code, which talks about communicating statements and which has been interpreted by the courts as very broad and including symbols. Would she acknowledge that?
Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my member for the question. I do not have on hand the criminal code with me, but Madam Speaker, what I'd like to tell my colleague opposite is that this is a law that the intent is to regulate and have a law and legislate people who have the willful intent to obstruct and intimidate people who want to have access places of worship, religion, community centers, and schools.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Madam Speaker, now when it comes to offenses for intimidation, this is one of the most pressing needs currently. There is a lot of online bullying, but we feel that the bill could go even further in tackling bullying. We will, of course, move amendments to this effect in committee. Here's what I would like to know. Why did the government limit our ability to intervene to limit online bullying? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. The bill will be sent to committee, and of course, colleagues will be able to amend it, to hear from experts on this topic. We feel that the bill will be generally well received. I hope that the Bloc Québécois will support this bill so that it can pass and be implemented. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that my colleague has put on the record. And I was wondering if she could just kind of amplify one of the facts that, quite frankly, we made an election commitment. And that election commitment was to bring forward legislation of this nature. And one of the things that we have been very aggressive on since we got our new Prime Minister with a new government is looking at legislative measures that support our election platform, whether it's the tax break, whether it's the One Canadian economy, whether it's what we're going to be seeing in terms of bail, Madam Speaker. Can she just comment in regards to how important it is that we see this legislation ultimately go to the committee stage as a part of a platform?
That's an excellent question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for asking the question. As mentioned in my speech, we have seen a rise in hate crime in the last few years, and it is time that this question be addressed and that we adopt this law to be able to protect Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This is a platform promise that we made, that this government engaged itself, and we intend to see this legislation see the light of day.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I look at this legislation, I have to agree with the Conservative MP who earlier asked the Honourable Member if we did not agree that the Criminal Code already covers the offences that are described in this Act relating to symbols. And as we're looking at a question of limiting free speech or accidental inferences that there's a hate crime being committed, I would ask the Honourable Member if they could put forward from the Liberal benches a clear explanation of what additional protections this bill offers that we do not already have covered by existing hate crime laws.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Okay, so the Criminal Code currently contains 4 hate propaganda offenses from sections 318 to 319. The bill proposes to create a new 5th hate propaganda offense that would make it a crime to willfully promote hatred against an identifiable group by publicly displaying certain symbols, including symbols of principally used by association with terrorist entities that are listed under the Criminal Code, such as the swastika, the Nazi double ring, rune, also known as the SS.
I'm sorry, but we do have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I joined this debate on Bill C-9, Combating Hate Act, as the voice of Nunavut and as a member of the NDP. The NDP believes the federal government must take comprehensive action to fight the rising tide of hate in Canada. Almost 5,000 hate crimes were reported in 2024. Police reported hate crimes motivated by race or ethnicity are up 19% from 2022. So yes, we need to combat hate, but we do not need to criminalize people speaking up, and we definitely do not need to keep them jailed for longer. I am disappointed that this bill does not address the violent activities of the growing white nationalist movement. The Liberals' failure to include that aspect in this bill leaves racialized communities, Indigenous communities, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ community without the necessary tools to combat the largest source of hatred in Canada. We are in polarizing times for many reasons. People are either for or against Palestine. They are either for or against Israel. Indeed, our political system is getting close to only being liberal or conservative. Our public discourse must not give us fear that we will be criminalized. Our religious beliefs should not spread hate. This bill seems to be more about criminalizing people who speak out than it is about addressing the growing racism against racialized people. There are existing laws that address hate, calling into question the real purpose of this bill. Hate is already an aggravating factor in sentencing. What this bill does, it increases maximum sentences if that offense is motivated by hate. What does this raise those sentences to? 5 years, 10 years, 14 years, even up to life imprisonment. We are entering a debate where imprisonment is made easier and made longer when at the same time we are hearing about an impending austerity budget. In fact, there are already existing provisions in the Criminal Code addressing situations involving a place near places of worship. I draw your attention to the following in the Criminal Code. Section 176.2, disturbing religious worship or certain meetings. Section 430, 4.1, mischief relating to religious property. Section 264, criminal harassment. Section 264.1, uttering threats, and Section 423, intimidation. New Democrats are concerned with vague language in this bill because once broad definitions are on the books, they can easily be weaponized against groups. For example, How will intimidating behaviors be interpreted by police? In its current form, this bill has the potential to criminalize peaceful protesters and legitimate dissent. This bill, in its current form, gives too much discretionary power to law enforcement, allowing for subjectivity. We know that listing groups on the terror list is a highly political decision, ultimately up to cabinet discretion. New Democrats are concerned the section of this bill dealing with the hate symbols will create a risk that a future government could put forward a new terror list for political purposes to appease certain groups that could then be caught under this provision. Let me break down some of these concerns a little bit more. Surrounding law enforcement, it gives too much discretionary power to law enforcement, allowing for subjectivity. Charging people with a hate crime carries a stigma that follows the person for life. If the charge is later dropped, the stigma will remain with the person. The issue of vagueness. What are intimidating behaviors? How will they be defined or interpreted by police? Once broad definitions are on the books, they can easily be weaponized against groups. Hate is already an aggravating factor under the Criminal Code of Canada, as I said earlier. And assault committed out of hatred means the sentence would already be higher than it would have been otherwise. The new offense puts the consequences of hatred in the hands of the police, subjective process rather than the sentencing judge. Secondly, we have a huge American influence. Advocates want tools that would target groups who openly espouse hatred and racism, make it illegal to conduct any sort of militant training, for example, MMA fight clubs, and to address the business component that allows these groups to become incorporated, therefore to fundraise. On the banning of symbols, other than the swastika and SS bolts, symbols will depend on Canada's terror list. Listing groups on the terror list is a highly political decision, ultimately up to cabinet discretion. This creates a risk that a future government could put forward a new terror list for political purposes to appease certain groups that could then be caught under this provision. The willful promotion of hatred is already an offense in Canada. The use of the swastika can already be processed through current crimes on the books. Liberals adding the Supreme Court of Canada's definition of hatred to the criminal code is not the issue. Courts already use this definition and nothing changes with this addition. The escalating punishment after each offense for someone convicted of the new hate crime is excessive and disproportionate. On the new state of fear threshold, Canada already has a system where we recognize that free speech can go too far and cross a line, incite violence against an identifiable group. This bill lowers that threshold and focuses on elements that are easily politically influenced, which groups you can and cannot talk about in public. This crime has the element of intent to provoke a state of fear before going into a specific location. How will these locations be easily identifiable? The definition is too broad. This causes problems in terms of scope and clarity for peaceful protesters. Provisions are vague, creating potential for arbitrariness. We should be worried on how police will interpret it and create a further backlog in the already overburdened criminal justice system. On the freedom of assembly, while the freedom of assembly is protected under the Charter, this broad definition of fear, any protest that is loud enough or disruptive enough will be seen as meeting this criterion. In the context of the upcoming November budget, the austerity measures the Prime Minister has told us to expect will impact the justice system, potentially cuts to public prosecution office. At the same time, this bill takes away some of the role of the Attorney General. Liberals are making cuts to budgets and at the same time giving those departments more power. Up to now, Canada already has a system where we recognize that speech can go too far and cross a line. Where inciting violence against an identifiable group. This bill lowers the threshold and focuses on elements that are easily politically influenced, which groups you can and cannot talk about in public. And that makes New Democrats and civil liberties associations nervous. With all these alarm bells going off about this bill, the NDP cannot support this legislation in its current form. We will ensure that there are amendments submitted for further debate.
We have to go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton West and Castor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the NDP member for bringing up the issue of white nationalist hatred in Canada. Hamilton recently had a white supremacist mass deportation protest that was deeply troubling to our community. And I think even more troubling is that it mirrors conservative rhetoric, which is anti-immigrant and anti-migrant propaganda, further mirroring the trends that we're seeing in the Trump US and the MAGA authoritarian regime. So the conservative leader was personally associated with white nationalist adjacent group Diagolon, and I would ask the member, what further steps do we need to take in Canada to eliminate white nationalist hatred, and also what can we do to stop the importation of Trump-style US political movements in Canada? Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton. Okay. Go back again. No. The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas. London South, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the honourable member was making some pretty baseless smears about Conservatives in general, and I'm wondering if this is keeping with how the Liberals view free speech and wanting to weaponize the process against people.
The honourable member knows that. I am not going to start that debate in the chamber. I am going to give the honourable member for Nunavut an opportunity to answer.
As I said in my speech, we are in quite interesting times where the American influence is quite strong, as was rightly pointed out as well. The Freedom Convoy was the biggest indicator of that. And we saw how unsafe we all felt during the Freedom Convoy and how that American influence seeped so heavily, so deeply into Canadian discourse. We do need to make sure that we have continue to fund news like CBC that gives facts. We need to make sure that we're continuing to implement the TRC calls to action, the MMIWG calls for justice. There are a lot of tools that have already been given to this Liberal government to help make sure that we're talking more about what we can do as Canada to address symbols of hate, to address what we need to do as Canadians so that we are...
Go to more questions. Questions and comments. L'honorable député Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague, I am also worried about the encroachment of American politics into Canada, especially the detestable politics of those who have ill intentions as they expound upon their nationalism. But there's another subject that comes to mind here, the religious extremism element. We see this in Europe. We see this in many regions. I wonder whether my colleague is worried about the fact that today you can show extremist symbols if it's for religious reasons.
I am concerned about a lot of things. Being Inuk, I know that religion was used against me and my people to take my language away, to take my culture away. So my views on religion might not be the same as what my colleagues' questioning might be. I know that when we're talking about making a better future for our children and our grandchildren, we need to base it on having faith in knowing that the decisions that we're making is for their future, so that we don't continue to damage not just the environment but the social communities that we have, the global community that we have. We need to have more discourse about how we can have a geopolitical environment that supports each other, so that we can continue to support places like the Ukraine and make sure that we're supporting the people of Palestine who are suffering great genocides, and we need to do a better job helping each other for humanity.
Okay, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was preparing for my speech, but I'll ask the question. How does the Honourable Member know, or is she certain that this bill will really help the intention of it?
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'm not too sure what the question is, but I know that one of his conservative colleagues, I'll quote what he said, quote, "It's time to jail the haters." I think that we need to be careful about what we discuss as what we do as lawmakers. What we do need to make sure is that we're addressing hate by having discussions, public conversations about why we need to support each other and not spread hate about each other.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. Madam Speaker, our society has changed in recent years. Change can be a good thing. None of us wants to return to the past before we had things like refrigeration and modern medicine. Though I suppose there are many who wish that we could return to a past without social media. I can certainly sympathize with that. It seems that as a nation, as a people, as humans, we have become much more fractured than in the past, and many of our divisions are fueled by what we read and we hear online. I don't know if Canadians today are more hateful than in the past, but it does seem that there's more anger and hatred being expressed against specific groups in our society. This is a serious issue that merits serious consideration. I think every member of this House will want to speak to this bill, some to share personal stories of their experiences with hatred in our society. There probably isn't a member of an ethnic, religious, racial, or sexual minority who has not at some point had to deal with irrational prejudice that threaten to expand into hatred or violence. The question we need to ask ourselves in this House is how can we best respond to hatred? Legislation such as C9, the Combating Hate Act, may provide a criminal code framework for punishment. But is punishing people for their ideas and beliefs going to change those beliefs? At the same time, we have a responsibility to protect Canadians, especially vulnerable Canadians, from being harassed by those whose motivation is hate. It is our responsibility to find a balance between free speech and individual rights. Ask yourself, does this bill do that? For years, the question of what constitutes hatred has been a matter of personal interpretation. That line between what is acceptable and unacceptable has not been codified in law, which perhaps has made any enforcement of hate legislation difficult. Hate has always been a matter of interpretation. Now, at least we have a definition. I quote, hatred means the emotion that involves detestation or vilification and that is stronger than disdain or dislike, end quote. I'm not sure how helpful that will be when it comes to practical application. You have probably heard people say, quote, I'm not an expert, but I know good art when I see it, end quote. That is not a definition of art, it is a subjective statement. That, it seems to me, is also the problem with defining hate. And one of the problems with this bill. Who decides what is detestation or vilification? C9 does set out who is protected by this legislation. Hatred is prohibited when based on race, national or ethnic origin, language, color, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientations, or gender identity, end quote. Human nature cannot be changed by legislation. Irrational hatred, because of its irrationality, will not be eliminated by passing legislation against hate crimes. Making something an offense will not change the feeling of those fueled by hatred. But what we can do as parliamentarians is show society's displeasure when hateful thoughts are put into action. Murderous thoughts about the driver who cut you off on your morning commute will not land you in jail. Murder will. It is actions that are the subject of the Bill C9, not a person's private thoughts. There is a fine line to be drawn between the right to protest and interference with others. I expect we will hear a lot of debate about the idea of intimidation that is brought forth in this legislation. In theory, protecting those lawfully using a school, a place of worship, or any other location is a good thing. Sometimes, however, those places could be considered legitimate targets for protest. If this bill passes, it will be challenging for police and the courts to balance the rights of all involved. Hate remains an ongoing problem in Canadian society. As I have stated, it is not something that government can eliminate, though certainly we have tried. We have had government reports on supporting victims of hate crimes. We have had statistics telling us who had been targeted by hate in Canada. We have Canada's action plan on combating hate. We have Canada's anti-racism strategy. The RCMP has a national hate crimes task force. Yet, hate is still with us. In 2024, the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime released a special report titled Strengthen Access to Justice for Victims of Hate Crime in Canada. It noted many of the problems we face in incompetent hatred in our country. In 2023, there was 32% increase in the number of hate crimes reported to police over the previous year, and those numbers are on the rise. This is not uniquely Canadian problem. Societies the world over are seeing increased polarization. Minority groups are demonized for political gain. Violence is increasing. Social media is used to fuel the fires of hatred. The Ombudsman called for the federal government to step forward to provide a legal definition of hate crime and to enact legislation. This bill is a response to that. Definitions on laws are in many ways just words on paper. They don't convey the human element, the understanding of what hatred does to those who are targets of hate crimes. It is for those people and their experiences that bring us to our discussion today. The Combating Hate Act is not going to change anyone's mind. It is not going to miraculously convince all Canadians that they should love their neighbors. We, therefore, need to ensure that all Canadians are not being subjected to hate merely because of who they are or what they believe. No Canadians should be expected to live in fear for their lives or their livelihood because of race or gender. No Canadian should be prevented from accessing medical treatment or attending a religious service because the building is being blocked by those spewing hateful words and symbols. Yes, we need to preserve free speech, but the Charter of Rights and Freedom allows those freedoms subject only to those reasonable limits prescribed by law and as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. There is no constitutional right to promote hatred. Hate crimes are not victimless. They can cause deep psychological harm. Sometimes they can cause physical harm. They are intended to cause fear and intimidation. When we allow one group to be targeted, when we fail to act, we become complicit in the crime. I'm sure none of us in this House wants that to happen. Does the Combating Hate Act solve the problem of hatred in Canadian society? It does not. It cannot because, as I said, legislation does not change hearts and attitudes. That is something best done one-on-one, and task that falls on each one of us as we confront it with hatred. What we can do in this House is to show our desire for a better Canada, one where people are completely accepted for who they are, regardless of race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, mental or physical disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity or expression. Bill C-9 is intended to show society's displeasure at the actions of those who willfully promote hatred in Canada. I'm not convinced this legislation is going to be as effective as the government hopes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Government Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to the member's comments, and he did mention at the first part of his speech that many Canadians, especially people of color, have been victims of hate crimes. And I represent the riding of London West, where in June 6th of 2021, a Muslim family, a family of color originally from Pakistan, who was just going out for a walk, was murdered by someone simply because they were Muslim, simply because they were people of color. And I follow track of the members' comments around the importance of protecting families and Canadians like the family in my riding that was murdered because of their race, because of their religion. Wouldn't the member agree that this bill is going to do exactly that? I remember through the many requests that came through the Muslim, the Summit on Islamophobia, that was one of the requests. Why will the member not support this bill?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you very much. This bill is a matter of a definition or changing definition, nothing but. There's nothing concrete in this bill that will ensure Canadians the protection that the member is suggesting. So we are standing where Canadians can be protected regardless of their race or religion or color or sexual orientation or anything. But this bill does not do what the honourable member thinks it does. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary, the Honourable Member is not in his seat. The Honourable Member is in his seat. Sorry. My apologies. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought his seat was here. Okay. Oh my God. York, yes. York, darn. Yes. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and no apologies necessary. There are a lot of
ridings to learn. I am still learning them myself. Thank you to my colleague for his remarks in the House. My question to him would be, there's been discussion on existing provisions of the criminal code and whether they adequately address existing expressions of hate or alleged hate. And I wonder if he has a position or an opinion on the existing provisions of Section 319 in the code and how they might address those issues that we're talking about today.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank the honourable member for his question. Let's remind each other that this government has weakened the criminal code a lot when they introduced Bill C-75 back in 2016-17. And they've done that so bad that we see crime rates on the rise in Canada and hate rates on the rise in Canada. We seem to have to be out of control on how to fight crimes and make sure we protect Canadians. And that's why this bill is empty except for from a definition, and definition does not solve problems.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do find it somewhat unfortunate when you have Conservatives giving misinformation as if this legislation will not have a very real and tangible impact. Yep. And one of the reasons I want to see it go to committee, for example, very specific, the judicial manner in which the Attorney General is now no longer needed for consent to be able to lay a charge in a certain situation. I see that as reinforcing expediting of a charge. Yep. I think that is a positive thing. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to there are actions here that will in fact make a profound positive impact against hate crime.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
No, I think we disagree on this point quite a bit, because I think the government is trying to show that they are serious about this, but they've been dragging their feet for 10 years and dealing seriously with crimes that taken place in Canada. That's the address that we need to look at, not just as, I mean, this government has always been on virtue signaling and very symbolic on everything, but when it comes to action, the rate is zero.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is a privilege to be able to speak to Bill C-9. Although I have grave concerns with not the objective, but the manner in which the Liberals have gone about trying to achieve that. Let me, from the outset, say that I'm grateful the Liberals have finally recognized that there is a wave of hate sweeping this country. I'm glad they've realized what the Jewish community in this country, among others, has been crying out for years, which is a government that will listen to these concerns and understand the very real threats that are targeting them on a regular basis. But just as the Liberals have done with Bill C-2, just as they've done on the firearms file, they take a legitimate issue and they offer a remedy that attacks the rights of citizens and expands the state's power, often without the checks and balances necessary. Now, Bill C-9 does 5 things. It repeals the requirement that the Attorney General consents to proceedings for hate charges. It creates an offense of willfully promoting hatred against an identifiable group by displaying certain symbols in a public place. It creates a hate crime offense for committing an offense that is motivated by hate. It creates an offense of intimidating a person to impede them from accessing certain places predominantly used for religious worship. And it creates an offense of intentionally obstructing or interfering with a person's lawful access to such places. Now, of these 5 things, 3 of them are already covered by existing laws. Creating an offense of willfully promoting hatred by displaying a symbol. Section 319(2) of the Criminal Code already targets the willful promotion of hatred. It targets incitement of hatred, and the courts have been very broad in their interpretation of how that communication must take place. Symbols are a part of that. And I could actually give an example from my own riding, where someone was charged just within the last 2 weeks in central Elgin, Ontario, with a hate charge under 319(2) after having mowed a swastika into their front lawn. The display of a hate symbol led to a hate charge under the existing law. Creating a hate offense is also redundant because hate motivation is already an aggravating factor under Section 718(2) of the Criminal Code, and it has been consistently applied by the courts. Creating offenses for intimidation and obstruction at places of worship, already criminalized under Section 423 of the Criminal Code, Section 431 and 434.1, as well as under the laws pertaining to threats, 264.1. And so what we are left with, when we strip away these three things which are already covered by existing laws, are two things. C9 really does two things. Number one, it removes the requirement for the Attorney General to consent. Now, this has been viewed by activists and advocates on the left and the right in this country as a necessary safeguard against overzealous and political prosecutions by law enforcement or by Crown attorneys or by law enforcement that simply don't understand this because it is a rarely applied provision of the law. And the next part of it, and this is the most egregious part and where I will spend the remainder of my time, Madam Speaker, the government is codifying a new definition of hate. A new definition of hate. Now, Bill C-9 describes hatred as, quote, the emotion that involves detestation or vilification and that is stronger than disdain or dislike. Now, the government has said this is adapted from the Keegstra Supreme Court decision, a seminal free expression case in Canada, but it actually changes something very key. In Keegstra, the court held that hatred connotes emotion of an intense and extreme nature that is clearly associated with vilification and detestation. This was expanded on in the Watcott decision, which says hate is extreme manifestations of the emotion described by the words detestation and vilification. The word extreme does not appear in Bill C-9. Now, the government is very proud of this bill. The government has had all summer to work on it. They have had, I don't know how many stakeholders, staffers, bureaucrats, lawmakers, and lawyers look over it with every, I imagine, every clause with a fine-tooth comb. Omitting a word, an operative word, a very key word in a very key section of this bill is no accident. The government is, to use a legal term, willfully lowering the threshold on what constitutes hate, by extension expanding the state's power and lowering the threshold of what can be regarded as free expression in this country. Now, why this is so important to me and to the Canadians who have been speaking out about Bill C-9 to this point, Madam Speaker, is because this government has been, to its credit, very transparent on where it wants to go on free expression. In the last two parliaments, the Liberal government has introduced sweeping censorship bills that have been decried by voices on the left and the right under the auspices of tackling so-called online harms. Now, the Liberals have told us as recently as last week that this is coming back. The online harms bill is still very much a live issue. So we cannot look at Bill C-9 in isolation. We cannot disentangle it from this Liberal government's stated attitudes already about freedom of expression and, quite frankly, the contempt in which they hold free expression and open debate. Now, I'm going to quote someone that I believe the Liberals have a great affinity for, and that is former Canadian Chief Justice Beverly McLachlin. In her Keegstra dissent, she wrote, "If the guarantee of free expression is to be meaningful, it must protect expression which challenges even the very basic conceptions about our society. A true commitment to freedom demands nothing less." Freedom of expression, I should say, demands nothing less. We do not need to look far to see what happens when the threshold for hate is lowered. In the United Kingdom, police are not even rarely knocking on doors and arresting people over mean tweets, because the same desire that we're seeing behind some of the negative and concerning impulses in C-9 is criminalizing hate based on the grounds that words are violence. Censors justify their limitations on freedom of expression by elevating speech to violence. It is not for the state to discern, let alone prosecute, hate that may exist in one's heart. The law is to punish action, and the existing laws already do this. Now, I'd be remiss to not point out that the Liberals only get tough on crime when they're talking about thought criminals. These are the only people that the Liberals want to put behind bars. So let's look at some of the real hate crimes across the country. According to Juno News, 130 some odd churches have been vandalized or victimized by arson since 2021. Synagogues in Canada have been firebombed and vandalized, and Jewish schools have been shot at. If the Liberals were serious about real hate crimes, they would be seeking mandatory 10-year prison sentences for these heinous assaults on places of worship. Again, the law should punish bad behavior and not bad feelings. And to be fair, we cannot confront the hatred that exists in Canada and in Canadian society without acknowledging some of the root causes of it. The crisis of hate is a direct consequence of 10 years of divisive liberal identity politics and the reckless breaking of the immigration system by this liberal government. We cannot talk about hate without talking about the breaking of the immigration system that has resulted in the importation of foreign conflicts and, in some cases, very hateful ideologies into this country. Now, much of this happened on the watch of the Justice Minister who tabled this bill. He was the immigration minister who looked at the first 6 years of Justin Trudeau's government and how immigration was bungled there and said, don't worry, I can do worse. And he did. It's no coincidence that hate crimes have risen as Canada has become less discerning and more reckless in its handling of the immigration system. This is a crisis of the Liberals' creation. I do not trust those who caused the problem to solve it. And I think all people who may agree with the motivation behind this bill should be very cautious to hand over this level of power to the Liberals when they have already demonstrated where they want to go. They have already demonstrated what they want to do. I'll return to another quote by former Chief Justice McLaughlin, because she says, "It is not to say that it is always illegitimate for governments to curtail expression, but government attempts to do so must be viewed with suspicion." This Liberal government does not deserve the benefit of the doubt on hate. It does not deserve the benefit of the doubt on protecting charter liberties. It does not deserve the benefit of the doubt on any of the problems that it has been instrumental in either allowing to fester or in some cases outright cause. So Bill C-9, the good is already done by additional laws, the bad should send a warning sign, and the Liberals should be very ashamed of trying to sneak this through the back door with a lower threshold for hate in a country that needs to protect and double down on free expression. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and comment. Honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got the real Conservative A-team this afternoon. Repeated Conservative conspiracy theories over and over in the House. If we want to talk about real hate crimes, and I'm not quoting, alt-right so-called alternative news, talking about Jewish members in my community who are covering their Jewish identity in public. That is the hate that we're talking about that this bill seeks to address. So I'm trying to understand what is the members opposite real objection to this legislation. And when they talk about freedom of expression, it seems more and more likely that what they're talking about is freedom for their members to say whatever they want without consequences. Is that the real objection? Thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, I wish the member had spent less time working on what he thought was a zinger and more time listening to my speech, where I detailed in excruciatingly, and I will argue painful detail, real hate that is occurring against Christians, against the Jewish community. I mentioned the firebombing of synagogues, the shooting of Jewish schools. And by the way, the member should be well aware that the Jewish community has looked at this Liberal government and been absolutely ashamed to be represented by people that have cozied up with the very people who are responsible for Jew hatred in this country. So I do not take any cues from this member who wants to accuse Conservatives standing up for freedom of being conspiracy theorists. He should be ashamed of that.
Hear, hear. Question and commentaire, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague. He said we should have mandatory minimums for church-based or synagogue-based vandalism. I can see where he gets this idea, but if you take it further, I wonder if my colleague would agree that the religious exemption for hate speech should be abolished or not? What does he think? Should we get rid of the religious exemption in this bill?
Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question and his commitment to actually interrogating what is not in this bill. And the reason I raised what I did about the lack of stiff penalties for people who assault in heinous ways places of worship is because this is something that is not theoretical, it's not hypothetical. We see it happening on a sadly regular basis in this country, and it is not covered by this Liberal law. And Liberals in the past have actually been endorsing or rationalizing to some of these assaults on churches. So I think this is an important discussion, and I want to see real action on real hate, not lowering the threshold on how we define it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, peculiarly this bill that the Liberals have put together addresses things that are already covered by the Legal Code of Canada. There's already laws protecting and actually speaking to things like the swastika and other things. Could the member elaborate a little bit further on why he thinks those things that are already covered by law in Canada are virtually being signaled by these Liberals in debate here in the House?
Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. And that is indeed one of the glaring issues with this. The parts of the bill that there's no objection to from me or my colleagues are things that are already illegal in Canada, making this redundant in a lot of ways. And I pointed to a recent case where someone was charged for displaying a hate symbol under existing hate laws. Now, I have to draw attention to the fact that not half an hour ago I pointed this out to the parliamentary secretary to the Justice Minister, a lawyer herself, and she had no idea. She had no answer. So if the Liberals have not prepared for the most basic challenging of this, what else have they not actually investigated on their own legislation?
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, providing clarity and providing strong legislation is really critically important, and we are seeing that in this bill. The question I have for the member is, would he apply the very same principle that he is saying now with respect to this bill to private members' bills, which are numerous coming from the Conservative Party, where the criminal law already covers it? Would he suggest that we...
Elgin St. Thomas, London South, 25 seconds or less.
Thank you. I don't need that much time to say what I've already said because the member I don't think was listening, which is that we need to enforce the existing laws where they already cover what's happening in this country on hate. But moreover, we cannot allow the Liberal government to sneak into law a lower threshold for defining hate that will be used to curb free expression in this country.
Resuming debate. Please to the debate. The Honourable Member for Haldeman, Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Oshawa. Mr. Speaker and my honourable colleagues, I rise today to address Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, and specifically the changes to Section 319.6 and the introduction of Section 319.7 of the Criminal Code. I strongly support protecting religious freedom and ensuring that all Canadians are safe from hate and violence. But Bill C-9 does not do that effectively. I have three serious concerns about Bill C-9. First, it omits the protection of Christians, despite the fact that more than 100 churches have been burned and vandalized in Canada since 2021. Second, it removes the safeguard of the Attorney General's consent under Section 319. This risks hate speech being weaponized as a political tool by any party in power by letting the government decide, the government minister decide who gets charged. Third, it waters down the definition of hatred to something so vague and so subjective that it risks encroaching on the very Charter of Rights and Freedoms contained in Section 2B. Beginning with my first objection to Bill C-9, I find it quite perplexing that Christian hate was not even mentioned in the bill. In recent years, we have seen alarming hate-motivated attacks, including burning and vandalism of churches across Canada. Just last week, a century-old Ukrainian Orthodox church in Edmonton was burned to the ground. As we witness the record number of sacred spaces being destroyed, Christians have noticed the government's silence. Congregations have been left in fear, and people of faith feeling abandoned by their government's lack of enforcement of existing laws. In this context, it is shocking that a bill about combating hate is completely silent on the rise of Christian hate. The government's press release mentions anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, homophobia, and transphobia, yet it makes no mention of the rise of hate crimes towards Christians. This bill does not add new protections for worshipers. Instead, it expands state powers by removing the legal safeguards and watering down the definition of hate speech. It paves the path towards politicizing restrictions on speech. It even risks criminalizing dissent to what some would call thought crimes. We must exercise caution. Once such powers are granted to the government, they can be weaponized by any government against its critics. The existing criminal code already covers the most serious offenses. Section 318 makes it a crime to advocate or promote genocide. Section 319 criminalizes public incitement of hatred and willful promotion of hate, and speech that would lead to a breach of peace. These provisions already strike a careful balance between protecting Canadians from true hate and safeguarding freedom of expression. Bill C-9 attempts to redefine hatred so vaguely that it risks capturing legitimate debate. We've seen how this plays out elsewhere in the world. In the UK, a man was arrested for holding a blank protest sign because authorities said it could be interpreted as offensive. In Australia, parents were investigated for hate speech after questioning gender policies at their school. In New Zealand, academics were threatened with jail for quoting banned manifestos. Canada is not immune. We are crossing into a dangerous line of removing the provincial attorney general's consent and oversight and leaving charges in the hands of a minister appointed by the Prime Minister. This Liberal government has given us reason to believe that they will weaponize hate speech laws against their political opponents for political gain. Bill C-9 introduces a second significant change by adding a subjective, emotionally driven definition of hatred that lowers the threshold that was essentially set by the Supreme Court of Canada. As you know, as many of you know, this is important because hatred is not defined in our criminal code. Rather, the meaning is developed over decades through case law, the most notable being 2013 Supreme Court case of Saskatchewan v. Whatcott. In that case, the term hatred was defined as must be interpreted as meaning extreme manifestation of emotions described by words, detestation, and vilification, and should not include representations that merely discredit, offend, or insult. That objective standard set by the Supreme Court protects freedom of expression while targeting real harm. This Liberal government seeks to overturn that Supreme Court definition with Bill C-9 by replacing that decision with Section 319(7), which is found in C-9. In this new section, the Liberal government wishes to redefine hatred as the emotion that involves detestation or vilification and that is stronger than disdain or dislike. By removing the word extreme, it lowers the threshold that the Supreme Court has set and that has been put in place to protect free speech. By focusing on emotion rather than extreme manifestation, the government's new definition shifts attention to feelings rather than actual harm. Under the Liberal Bill C-9, citizens may self-censor. Prosecutors also gain wide discretion to pursue cases based on perceived emotion, not demonstrable harm. This creates a real risk that individuals may be penalized for strong dissent, or even without intent to incite hatred. So why does this matter? It's important to recognize that these harmful sections in Bill C-9 can cause real issues to freedom of speech. It's because removing the Attorney General consent and watering it down to the definition of hatred directly threatens our fundamental freedom of expression contained in Section 2B of the Charter. Once charged with hate speech, a person's life could be ruined long before a verdict, careers lost, reputations destroyed, families fractured. Bill C-9 amounts to cancel culture that is enforced by government power. Hatred against Christians, Jews, Muslims, or any faith group must be laws that protect against that must be enforced, and they exist under existing laws contained in Section 318 and 319. Bill C-9 doesn't create new protections. It creates a fake law. It pretends to fight hate while really concentrating power in the hands of Ottawa. By removing the Attorney General's oversight and inserting a vague new definition of hatred, this bill gives the government the tools to harass dissenters and weaponize the law for political gain. Colleagues, hate is real, and it must always be confronted. But we do not confront hate by weakening democracy. We do not confront hate by stripping away safeguards, criminalizing emotion, and centralizing power in Ottawa. The true test of democracy is not how we treat speech that we agree with, but how we protect the freedom of those with whom we profoundly disagree. Bill C-9 fails that test. It risks turning the coercive apparatus of the state into a weapon of dissent. I stand here not just as a member of Parliament for the good people of Haldimand, Norfolk, or as a lawyer, but as a Canadian and as a Christian who believes that freedom of expression is sacred. We already have laws that protect genuine hatred. We must now guarantee against governments that use language of protection as a cloak of control. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the member opposite bringing up the issue of the use of legislation as a political tool. I've seen that firsthand in Hamilton, where activist members of the community use accusations of hatred and racism as a tool to silence political opposition. But let's be clear, that is not what is happening here. That is not what is in this bill. And the member opposite knows full well what the intentions and the purpose of this bill are. So why doesn't she stand with members of her own community that are supportive, members of minority communities, members of police forces across Canada that are supportive of this bill, support what is being asked for as a necessary protection to those groups across Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
I thank the member for his thoughtful question. Mr. Speaker, I stand with members of all communities that are subject to hate. And what we do know is that the current criminal code has already contained within it sections that deal with hate. And this law is not about that. This law is about the concentration of government power so that it could be weaponized against dissenters. Mr. Speaker, Section 319(2) protects against hate symbols. Section 423, intimidation. Section 430, mischief of religious groups. These things are already in the criminal code. What the Liberals need to do is to enforce the law.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Haldimand North for her passion and informed speech. Like a lot of people in this House, I spend a lot of time visiting places of faith. only one in all of Edmonton, whether Christian, Hindu, Sikh, Muslim, actually has to have a police car out front at all times, and that is at our local synagogue. And that is a reflection of the rising crime under this government. I wonder if my colleague sees anything in this bill that's going to stop this kind of hate that forces the Edmonton Police Service to offer up police protection only for one specific faith.
The honourable member for Alderman Norfolk.
I thank the member for that question. And I believe it was yesterday, no, a few days ago, we listened to the impassioned speech from the member from Toronto Centre, who is a person of Jewish heritage, Jewish faith. And it became very clear that this bill was not designed to protect that community. Existing right now are people of the Jewish faith who cannot even shop in grocery stores in a kosher line without being assaulted. And yet we have crimes on the book that are not being enforced. People are charged and then the charges are dismissed. We need to uphold the rule of law. We need to uphold the laws in the criminal code that are on this book, that exist currently, rather than creating a fake law that makes people feel good, but that just allows the government to weaponize dissent.
Here, here.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire de l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to return to the religious exemption. The government showed some openness to possibly studying it if opposition parties moved it as an amendment in committee. Here's what I would like to know. Do our Conservative colleagues share our point of view? Do they agree that it's important that we debate this issue, which is currently ongoing in the streets of Quebec?
Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that when we're dealing with religious freedoms, that every issue should be on the table, and we should have the capacity to sit down and have meaningful discussions about things that we disagree on. And that is the essence of freedom of expression, that we should be able to have discussions from all over the country. And that is why the Attorney General's consent on the charges of hate speech is so important, because it allows geographical input from different provinces, which is channeled through the Attorney General. And that's why it's very egregious that this C9 would consider removal of the Attorney General's consent.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it is an honor to rise in this House on behalf of the people of Oshawa. They have entrusted me to be their voice here in Ottawa. Today I rise to speak on Bill C9, the government's proposed Combating Hate Act. Let me begin where I think we all agree. I believe every member of this chamber rejects hate and extremism. Every member should want Canadians to feel safe in their homes, in their schools, in their places of worship, and in their community spaces. Police and prosecutors must have the right tools to protect Canadians from real threats. But the question before us is not whether we oppose hate. The question is whether Bill C9 is the serious, effective law Canadians need, or whether it is a flawed, politically motivated gesture. Canadians have lived with rising hate in recent years. Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, Hindu, Indigenous, and Christian communities have all faced threats, vandalism, harassment, and violence. It feels like this government isn't really serious about combating hate crime. As we see this bill arrive now, seemingly timed to coincide with politics. The sad reality is that Bill C9 feels to be less about protecting Canadians and more about protecting a liberal political standing. After the October 7th massacre in Israel, when Hamas brutally attacked innocent civilians, Jewish Canadians here at home immediately faced an unprecedented wave of anti-Semitism. Synagogues were vandalized. Students were harassed simply for attending school. Jewish communities lived in fear. What was the Liberal response? They waited and introduced this bill so they could say to Jewish Canadians, look what we did for you. But at the very same time, they moved to grant recognition to Palestine, despite the fact that Hamas still holds innocent hostages to this day and was even responsible for the deaths of multiple Canadians. That sends a troubling mixed message. It shows this government is more interested in political symbolism than in confronting hate with urgency and clarity. My friend Paula Kelly, when she heard about this bill, sent me this. My rant, she said. I feel it was done to tell minority communities, especially mine, the Jewish one, look what we did for you. Look, see, we care. Then an about turn and they recognize Palestine at the worst possible time. They make me so angry. And how stupid do they think the Jewish community is? And may I add, laws are already in place. We just have to enforce said laws. And Mr. Speaker, let us not ignore another reality. Anti-Christian hate has been rising in Canada, yet it receives little acknowledgement from this government. Since 2021, more than 100 churches, Christian churches, have been burned or vandalized, many of them confirmed arsons. These were not just buildings, they're places of worship, community centers, anchors for families and for seniors, entire congregations that have been left traumatized. When synagogues are attacked, when mosques are threatened, when gurdwaras are defaced, leaders rightly stood and denounced those crimes. But when Christian churches were burned, the silence from this federal government, this federal Liberal government, was deafening. If we are serious about combating hate in all its forms, then we must call it out consistently, no matter who the target is. Hate is hate. Every faith community deserves equal recognition, equal protection, and equal respect. One of the most troubling aspects of Bill C-9 is how it carelessly mischaracterizes cultural and religious symbols. For millions of people around the world, the sacred symbol of peace and prosperity has been part of their faith and tradition for thousands of years. Yet in this legislation, that same symbol is lumped together with hate imagery as though it were born of extremism. I want to be clear. These are not just abstract legal concerns. I have heard directly from communities in Oshawa and across Durham region who are deeply troubled by how this bill mischaracterizes their sacred symbols. For them, what the government is labeling as hateful is in fact a symbol of peace, faith, and prosperity, something that has been part of their cultural and religious tradition for thousands of years. These residents told me they now worry that their heritage could be stigmatized or even criminalized because of vague and sloppy drafting in Bill C-9. They feel unseen and unheard and unfairly associated with hate that has nothing to do with their faith. It is my duty to bring their voices to this chamber. If we are serious about combating hate, then we must do it with precision and cultural understanding. Sweeping up sacred traditions in the same net as extremist symbols is not only insulting, it undermines the very fairness Canadians expect from their lawmakers. Another concern is that Canada already has hate laws. The Criminal Code already prohibits advocating genocide, promoting hatred, and committing hate-motivated crimes. Bill C-9 does not create new protections, it simply makes certain hate-motivated conduct a separate offense. So what does that achieve? More paperwork, more duplication, more symbolism, perhaps even shorter sentences are possible. Canadians don't need symbolic legislation. We need laws that are clear, enforceable, and effective. The bill also removes the requirement for the Attorney General's consent before hate propaganda prosecutions. That safeguard has long ensured that prosecutions are pursued responsibly and consistently. It has prevented frivolous or ideological complaints from overwhelming the courts. Police and prosecutors themselves recognize its value. Removing it risks abuse and misuse, specifically in private prosecutions. And then, of course, there's the definition of hatred, as mentioned by many of my colleagues before me. Bill C-9 codifies a definition from the Supreme Court, but deliberately strips out important words. By lowering the threshold, the government risks capturing speech that, while offensive, remains protected in a free democracy. In a country like ours, people must be able to express views, even unpopular ones, without fear of criminal prosecution, so long as they do not cross into true hate or incitement. Again, these laws already exist. When the scope of criminal law is expanded carelessly, we risk over-criminalization and uneven enforcement. We risk focusing on political optics instead of the real threats Canadians face from violent extremists and repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better than symbolic gestures and flawed drafting. They deserve laws that confront hate directly, consistently, and effectively, while also defending the freedoms that define us as Canadians. We must protect synagogues, mosques, churches, gurdwaras, schools, and cultural centres from threats and intimidation. We must also protect free expression, peaceful protest, and civil liberties. Bill C-9, as written, does not get that balance right. Our duty in this House is not to rubber stamp legislation. It is our duty to scrutinize it, our duty to challenge it, and to demand better, so that every Canadian can live free from hate, free from fear, while also free to speak, free to believe, and free to assemble. That is the balance Canadians expect us to strike. That is the balance we must deliver. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nor is the government looking for a rubber stamp from the Conservative opposition. We would like to ultimately see the legislation go to committee. And just to highlight a couple very key points, it's important to recognize that this is in fact a campaign promise. By making it illegal to physically obstruct or intimidate to prevent access to a space used primarily by identifiable group for religious, educational, social, cultural, or sporting activities. This means mosques, synagogues, churches, schools, cultural community centers, and more. Criminalizing the intentional incitement of hate by displaying hate symbols. There are significant changes proposed within this legislation, and the government is putting it forward based in terms of its commitment made to the electors. I think it is important that we allow it to go to committee and see if the Conservatives have amendments so that they can propose them. Listen to it.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
I thank the honourable member for his comments and his questions. Of course, we agree. We want these hateful acts to be criminalized. They already are. We think that they should be prosecuted. I would argue they aren't to where they should be yet. But I think that the laws are already in place, as mentioned by my previous colleagues, in Section 319, 318, and others of the Criminal Code. They're already there. We just need to enforce them.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask my colleague, because the question from our delightful colleague across the way from Winnipeg seems to indicate that the Liberal government which put forward this bill believes there are no redundancies built into it, that the things that they are criminalizing are not in fact already covered by existing law. And I wanted to ask my honourable colleague about this, because we know that intimidation is already a crime. Threats are already a crime. And we have several sections of the Criminal Code that would already apply to the very scenario the Liberals are claiming needs a new section. So I'm wondering what she makes of that, and the fact that the Liberals don't even seem to understand the law that they're trying to amend.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
If you applied that same...
Thank you very much. I respect that question, because it's very true. Canada already criminalizes the willful promotion of hatred under 319, creating new offences under 319 2.2. So this is duplication. It feels like more politics than public safety, but it does go a little further, and the things that we are concerned about include removing the Attorney General, right? And changing the definition of hate. That is a very serious thing to do. We have to look at that very closely, and we look forward to doing so.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a few points, I tried to get an answer from my Conservative colleagues. Maybe this time it will work. In the bill, there is an exemption for hate symbols used in a religious context. Does my colleague not find that inconsistent? And would Conservatives be willing to reconsider that situation in committee? It provides a right to one group of people. Some people, you can use hate symbols for religious reasons, but not for political reasons. I think that's inconsistent.
For Oshawa.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I think the clarity has to come on whether a symbol has been culturally appropriated by, and I think he's referring specifically to the Nazi Hakenkreuz. It has been culturally appropriated from the Hindu religion, and it is thousands and thousands of years old. And I think that my Jewish friends understand that. There's also a section in this bill that says any symbol that looks like that symbol, and I feel like it's just too vague, and it has to be clear.
Resuming debate, please. Before we go to the resumed date, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, we heard the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, issue personal attacks on the leader of the opposition using unparliamentary language when he stated the Conservative leader was personally associated with a white nationalist group. I would ask that you rule such wording unparliamentary and that you ask the member to apologize and withdraw those comments.
So I thank the Honourable Member for Edmonton West for the intervention. I wasn't in the chair at the time, but the table has reviewed the tape in question. I would note that when we're in this place, we should be judicious in our language, and that while there are often comments flying back and forth, when they personally impugn the motives or the character of an honourable member in this place, that goes beyond what is appropriate and does not contribute to the debate in this place. I would invite the honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas to simply withdraw those comments, and we can move forward.
I would say there are all kinds of comments from the opposition impending the reputation of members, and if they would like to state some of those outside and not...
Order. Order. We are getting into debate. I've encouraged the member from Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas to withdraw the comments. I would just note at this point that perhaps the member will find it difficult to catch the Speaker's eye for the remainder of the sitting day, and we will carry on with resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Order. The Honourable Government Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader on a point of order.
It's going into 20 minutes before we're going to actually be adjourning potentially. But I think that the decision that you're making, without any sort of indication of the issue being brought forward, the time in which it actually occurred, I think at the very least you should maybe take it as notice so that other members might want to provide comment on it, as opposed to making a verdict before others are provided the opportunity to provide their opinions. I'd like to take a look at Hansard, for example, and I think that would be fair for the member.
Honourable Opposition House Leader on the same point of order.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary should know it's the Speaker is fully empowered to make decisions in the moment when things are said that are unparliamentary. He doesn't have to reserve judgment for days and days when people use unparliamentary language. It has also been a well-established principle in this place that making accusations of involvement with heinous and reprehensible organizations have long been ruled out of order. The Honourable Member for Hamilton should do the right thing and simply withdraw as you have instructed him to do. And if he doesn't, and if there isn't more of a sanction than, say, not being recognized for 20 minutes on a short Wednesday, then this is going to send a terrible signal to this place. And members will feel free to make all kinds of accusations about which groups members opposite might be associated with. And that is a road I don't think any of us wants to go down. I think the Honourable Member for Hamilton, just do the mature thing, apologize and withdraw.
So I do see the member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas, rising. I would invite him to, very simply, we can close this right here by simply withdrawing the comments and we can carry on. The honourable member.
In the spirit of collaboration, I will withdraw my comments, but I ask the members opposite to reflect on
Order. We'll take the win right there, and we'll the comments have been withdrawn. We can consider this matter closed, but I will invite members of this place to remember that we can have strong debate. We can have, in fact, strong debate is encouraged in this place, but where the line is where the personal comments of individual members or individual motives or the motivations of an individual member or personal attacks is where things go beyond. So we've considered the matter closed. We are on to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Saskatoon West has the floor. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want you to know that I'm going to be splitting my time with the member for Kitchener South Hespeler. So, Mr. Speaker, this legislation, in my view, is flawed and redundant. We already have laws to cover what this legislation is doing. I'm going to talk about how the real issue that I see is enforcing the criminal laws in our country is one of the key things and one of the problems that we have in our country right now, not the lack of laws. And thirdly, I want to talk a little bit about what we should be talking about here, which is our conservative plan to actually combat crime. There are real crimes happening in our country, real problems that everyday citizens are facing, where we do need to take some actions, and that's what I think we need to talk about a little bit. So, I'm not a lawyer. When I first saw this bill, frankly, anything to do with stopping hate sounds like a good thing. And when I first looked at it, it seemed like something that maybe we'd be interested in. I would be interested in supporting and doing. But as I started talking to people, I heard a lot of people for, a lot of people against, and a lot of issues that started to come up. And I realized that there was actually maybe a little more that needed to be looked at in this bill. And so, instead of reading about the bill, I actually grabbed the bill and looked at it to see what it actually said. And I found some interesting things. So the first thing that I noticed as I read through the bill was that it creates a new intimidation offense, and that is to prohibit conduct intended to provoke fear, to impede access to religious, cultural, education, or community places. So in other words, if there was, let's say, a demonstration outside of a church or a mosque or synagogue, and a person trying to go there felt intimidated, felt like they weren't safe to go there, that's what this was talking about, which, okay, that's fine. But we already have section 423(1), which is explicitly used in this case. It's for intimidation of people to stop them from doing something lawful. And so here, it's not so much that we are lacking the law to protect our religious, cultural, educational, community places. It's that we don't tend to enforce the law that's already there. I kept reading, and I found a second offense that it created, and that is a new obstruction offense, and that is to prohibit intentionally obstructing or interfering with lawful access to religious, cultural, education, or community places. And that's, a whole other level of intimidation where you physically can't actually get there. So just, taking it to another level. And once again, we already have laws for this. There's section 176(2) and 3 for obstructing or disturbing religious services and meetings. It's already an offense. And then section 264, which is criminal harassment, threats, and stalking. These are long-standing offenses that have been used in many different cases. And once again, there often is a lack of enforcement of these laws in the specific circumstances related to churches and other religious institutions. So I kept reading, and I found a third situation, crime offense that it created, and that was a new hate crime offense, which establishes that any federal offense motivated by hatred is a distinct offense with elevated penalties. But here too, we already have laws against hate. We have the laws to make that. In fact, we have section 718.2, which makes hate an aggravating factor when someone is convicted of a law. So in other words, if a person was convicted of assault or mischief or some more serious crime, if it was motivated by hate, a judge can actually add hate as an aggravating factor, which makes the sentence that much longer and makes the offense that much more serious to the person. So we already have this, and again, it just isn't enforced as much as it maybe should be. So I kept reading, and there was a fourth offense that was created. It's a new hate propaganda offense, which prohibits the public display of certain hate or terrorist symbols with intent to promote hatred against an identifiable group. Well, we have an unfortunate example that happened just a few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, in St. Thomas, and that was a case where a family had moved into a neighborhood and was promoting a lot of anti-Semitic material, songs and things like that, and there was a swastika mowed into the lawn. And guess what? 2 people were actually arrested and charged with criminal harassment, public incitement of hatred, and mischief. So this just happened, and we have not obviously passed this law yet, and yet the police had the laws and the tools they needed to actually charge these 2 people. Unfortunately, in this case, the charges were actually laid. And of course, there are even more laws. There's hate propaganda law, Section 318, even for things like advocating genocide. There's Section 319, which is for public incitement likely to cause a breach of the peace. 319.2, willful promotion of hatred. 319.2.1, which is willful promotion of anti-Semitism. And of course, there's Section 430, which deals with mischief to property motivated by hate. That's already an indictable offense with a maximum penalty of 10 years. So we have all these laws on the books that deal with the subject matter that this particular legislation is talking about. But I kept reading, because there was more. There was a couple more things that I found. The first was that this law removes the requirement for the Attorney General to agree to lay hate charges. And there's pros and cons to this. You know, some would say that that's a roadblock and it makes it difficult to lay hate charges. Others would say it also prevents vexatious charges to happen, provides that sober second thought to make sure that this does indeed reach the bar of a hate crime. So, you know, removing the requirement for the Attorney General is maybe not the best idea. And the second thing, the other thing that I found, the last thing I found, was that it removes the word extreme from the definition of hatred. So instead of extreme bias or hatred towards a particular group, it just says bias or hatred toward a particular group. Again, lowers the bar a little bit, making it a little easier for vexatious charges to be laid, which is concerning to me because we have to be careful that we don't give too much power to the state when it comes to maintaining our freedom. So it's a balance that we have to really be careful with. So if you take all of that together, this legislation doesn't actually do a whole lot. Those first points that I made, we already have the laws to cover what we need to do here, and it's just those last 2 things that are relatively small, I would say, that it changes. And so what this really is window dressing. And I think it avoids the real problem, which I've mentioned a few times, which is proper enforcement. Now, to be clear, I'm not criticizing the police. In fact, if you were to talk to any police officers about any kind of crime in our country, they would say they're very frustrated. They want to enforce the laws, but they have a lot of problems, a lot of things holding them back. For example, they know that criminals will just end up getting bail instead of going to jail, which makes it very difficult for them to arrest people. And there's a lack of will at the civic, and provincial, and even federal levels by prosecutors to actually prosecute these crimes, and so therefore police aren't empowered to lay these charges because the prosecutors simply will not prosecute them. Conservatives believe in protecting vulnerable communities, and we also believe in free expression, religious freedom, and peaceful protest. And these are the things that we need to balance. And my concern with this legislation is that it's tipping the scales a little bit too much to giving a lot of this power to the federal government, and I'm concerned about free expression. And we need to target hate crimes with real enforcement instead of targeting law-abiding Canadians. And I do want to point out the symbol part of this legislation can be very tricky as well, because symbols are used in many different situations, and of course there is the example with the Hindu community, who have used what we would call the swastika for eons of time as one of their sacred symbols that has very positive meanings to them. And yet the Nazis overtook that symbol and called it the HoC, and that became their symbol of Nazism. And so we have to be very careful that we don't outlaw a symbol that is very meaningful to a certain group. So we have to be very careful. So just briefly want to speak about what should the government be focusing on, in my opinion. And it corresponds to with what we believe as conservatives, and that is that we should be focusing on real crime issues that we have in our country. We should be helping our residents to feel safe in their own neighborhoods, which they don't right now. We should be helping police forces, prosecutors, and courts to do their jobs. We should be helping them to get things done. You know, we have lack of timely follow-through, charges get dropped, there's weak sentences, and this comes back to some of the legislative changes that this Liberal government has made. Bill C-5 and Bill C-75 were the reforms that they undertook to eliminate eliminate a lot of the mandatory minimum sentences, to reduce the sentencing times, to actually eliminate, to create house arrest, to allow criminals to get out on bail rather than going to jail. These are the things that are causing the problems in our cities and our country today. These are the issues that my constituents talk about, and I think all of ours do. And these are the issues that we should be debating and changing in this House. Where is the Liberal bill to undo the bail reforms that they made, to get criminals back in jail rather than on bail? We're still waiting. We've been promised this for months, and it's not happening. Everybody's asking for this. Mayors are asking for this. Provincial premiers are asking for this. So, Mr. Speaker, we really need to move forward, and I just want to reiterate that Bill C-9, I believe, is flawed. We need to focus on what we need to do to fix the problems that we have with our laws in our country so that Canadians can feel safe in their neighborhoods, that Canadians can have peace, and that they can live in harmony and practice freedoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions, any commentaire? The Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, to be very clear on C9, we are actually creating a standalone hate offense that can be applied across federal law. That would include from the Criminal Code to the National Parks Act, so that any hate-motivated law-breaking is treated with the gravity that it deserves. To try to give the false impression that this legislation is all covered from within, I think does a disservice to the many individuals and groups that have been advocating for us to heighten the importance of ensuring that our laws are there to deal with hate crimes. Does the member not believe that, in fact, we can do more to ensure that hate crimes are, in fact, there, from a legislative purpose?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. Of course, we all want to see fewer hate crimes in our country. Of course, we all abhor hate crimes when we see them. But as I said in my speech, there are already many laws on the books to deal with pretty much any kind of hate crime that can be there. We've seen, for example, the burning of churches as an example. A lot of these go unsolved. The crimes are not solved, they're not enforced. There are current laws on the books that fully allow us to deal with that situation. So I would just suggest that we need to, yes, work on having less hate crimes in our country. We need to give our police the resources they need to enforce the laws that we already have. Thank you.
Comments, questions, any commentaire? The Honourable Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that. I know he's had the opportunity, as I have, to take in some of the debate so far, and we've heard the Liberals accuse Conservatives of being conspiracy theorists for raising very legitimate questions about freedom of expression, which, by the way, have been raised by civil society groups on the left and the right in the last few days. But I wanted to ask my honourable colleague if he has heard from the Liberals in their questions on this and their own interventions any explanation of how this differs from powers that already are on the books when it comes to hate exhibited through hate symbols, when it comes through intimidation and obstruction, and in general this standalone hate charge, which the Criminal Code already looks at as an aggravating factor.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that excellent question. Short answer is no. I haven't heard much logic from the other side, frankly, on just about anything in this House. But as I said, there are laws on the books, and a great example is the one that I cited from St. Thomas. It just happened a few weeks ago where there was a symbol that was involved, and the police reacted to that. They were able to charge that homeowner with crimes. They were able to charge them with the aggravated hate crime, and we have enforcement of the laws that exist today, and that's exactly what we should be achieving in our country, using the laws that we have to make sure that we can reduce the amount of hate crimes in our country.
Question et commentaire, on a député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague seems to care a great deal about individual rights. And he also seems to understand that we need to attack real hate speech. Does he think it's appropriate that in the Criminal Code there's a religious exemption, that people can create hate speech if it's based on a religious belief? What does my colleague think?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. You know, I think we have to be really careful that, that we focus on what needs to be focused on. And, you know, we have to make sure that we stop and reduce the amount of hate crime in our country. We have to remember that we have existing laws that are on the books that can be used for this purpose. And we have to make sure that our law enforcement has the tools, has what they need in order to enforce those laws. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kitchener South Espler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, some preamble that I really should go without saying. There is no disagreement in any corner of the House about the values that should be underlying this legislation. We all value a safe Canada where every single human is free to live their lives as their fullest selves, irrespective of their race, religion, ethnicity, language, physical or mental disability, etc. There is no member in this House who wants to see hate or the symbols of hate that the present legislation deals with displayed or promoted in any way, in our country or in any other country. I think we remain unanimous in the House in condemning hate, hate crimes, and hate propaganda. A careful distinction must be brought to bear between condemnation and criminalization, and we must always note this. When we approach discussions of criminalization, it should be with humility. If I could wave a magic wand and stop anyone in this country from ever propagating any hate or committing a hate crime, I swear I would do it. But such magic is not one of the powers invested in us as elected representatives. We can only modify the criminal justice system, and we must be alive to the unintended consequences that such modifications could make. In that spirit, I would honestly like to raise with the members opposite the following concerns I have with this legislation. Number one, will it drive hate organizations underground? It is said that sunlight is the best disinfectant. When the Justice Minister introduced this legislation, my thoughts immediately turned to the famous and thankfully aborted Nazi rally in Skokie, Illinois of 1977. It's a very famous case, Mr. Speaker, in part because the ACL lawyer who fought for that march, for the right of those marchers to march, was David Goldberger, who was a very proud Jew. Reprehensibly, the marchers chose Skokie, Illinois because there was a high proportion of Holocaust survivors there that they sought to terrify. On the day of that march, 20 broken and twisted individuals wearing Nazi Hakenkreuzes were met by 2,000 counter-protesters shouting them down. No violence occurred, and the cowardly, traitorous Nazis went home without marching. A recent ABC News article quotes the current mayor of Skokie, Illinois, saying that looking back 40 years later, many positive things came out of that day. Previously, the Holocaust survivors in Skokie, Illinois, he says, were a very quiet group who did not talk about their experiences. But he says that these events ignited a passion in them, and they founded the Illinois Holocaust Museum and Education Center within 2 years of that day. And the ABC News article notes that both Bill Clinton and Barack Obama have recognized the incredible work that that museum does. In many ways, Mr. Speaker, John Stuart Mill can be thought of as the founder of the liberal tradition that gives the Liberal Party its name. This is what he had to say about false and hateful opinions. Though the silenced opinion may be an error, it is only by the collision of adverse opinions that the remainder of the truth has any chance of being supplied. Which is to say, Mr. Speaker, no one wants to hear from hateful miscreants. No one in this House does. But when we do, we must take it as a solemn opportunity to not only perhaps not change their mind, but loudly and with facts and arguments disabuse whatever listeners they may have of the poison they utter. So with the words of John Stuart Mill and the examples of the Skokie counter-protesters in mind, I asked the Justice Minister this admittedly counterintuitive question. By driving hate into the fetid swamps of Discord or whatever website has replaced 4chan, does it deprive our communities the opportunity to denounce them in person, to show them in the real world that their views are not welcome, their movement has no purchase among the 99.9% of Canadians who value each other's fundamental rights and freedoms? And as a sub-concern, if it is allowed to fester in these dark corners of the internet, when it does finally burst out, is it more likely to do so in a form worse than a flag or a symbol? I do not ask this question lightly, Mr. Speaker. And it brings me to my second concern with the proposed legislation. In some comments I made following a speech about criminal justice, I expressed concern that the Deputy Government House leaders seem more concerned with abstractions rather than concrete occurrences. And on this side of the House, we pride ourselves in concerning ourselves with concrete occurrences. As a Canadian, I am terribly upset, disgusted, disappointed that Jewish individuals have been harmed because of who they are by criminal psychopaths. A man was beaten up in front of his children in Montreal this summer. A few weeks ago, a woman was stabbed in the kosher food section of a local Ottawa grocery store. Less well known, in spring 2024, a 15-year-old Israeli immigrant to Canada was attacked at school for her place of origin. In that case, I believe it took 2 weeks before the police even deigned to lay charges. In my own circle of physician friends, I am sorry and ashamed to report that some Jews have left Canada permanently because of the lack of safety these concrete events demonstrate. I want dearly for my Jewish friends to feel safe to return to Canada. Year after year, we have seen increases in violent crime in Canada. We have seen ongoing increases in every classification, every sort of violent crime. These increases, I'm sorry to say, started in 2015. In every class of violent crime, we have seen a failure of the Liberal government to keep the bad guys in jail. It is my understanding that the willful promotion of hatred, whether with a symbol or a flag or a speech or a newspaper article, is already illegal in Canada under Section 319(2) of the Criminal Code. It is furthermore my understanding that intimidating a person who seeks to enter a place of worship or any other place actually is already illegal under Section 423 of the Criminal Code. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we've seen so many infractions of these already existing laws in a way that targets religious minorities. In fact, I may go so far as to say that every religious minority is dealing with more and more infractions of these laws in just about every Canadian city. In fact, every Canadian is dealing with more and more of every sort of crime. And this is why I fear that the present bill is an abstraction and a distraction. We need concrete measures. We need the violent and hateful people who do these sorts of things, who break our laws, to go to jail and stay in jail. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have proposed such measures to put the bad guys in jail. I earnestly beg the members opposite to take us up on it. Let's do these concrete things. So those are my twin concerns. By removing the provincial Attorney General consent and watering down the definition of hate, do they cast a wider net, driving cranks and loons underground where they might become more hateful and, God forbid, violent? And why do they cast a wider net when they're already refusing to use the smaller, more targeted net that they do have? Why do they refuse to repeal their irresponsible bail laws that let violent psychos back on our street again and again? I ask the questions in good faith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess the question I would have for the member is, when we talk about hate speech and the issues that are related to it, the violence, you have to take into consideration that as a federal government, we want to bring forward changes to the criminal law that will actually have a tangible impact. It will give additional tools, and I would emphasize this, additional tools for law enforcement officers, provincially appointed crown attorneys that take these individuals to the court system. It gives them that extra tool so that we can see more success in the prosecution and having heavier penalties for the individuals committing these hideous hate crimes against people. Would he not agree? It's shared responsibilities, and part of our responsibility is to pass.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Yes, that's exactly what I'm driving at. We want concrete measures to enforce the laws that already exist. When I was listening to his question, I had to wonder, is it his belief that provincial attorney generals are the thing that's stopping violent criminals from going to jail right now? I don't think it is, and I don't think he would dare mention a provincial attorney general who he thinks is derelict in duty that way.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He talked about the problems of enforcement. The government is trying to suggest that there's a problem in terms of lack of things being offenses, but actually there's a problem of the government of not effective enforcement. But there's also a problem of the tone that's been set by this government when it comes to attacks, particularly against churches. We had Jerry Butts, the former advisor to the previous Prime Minister, who was intimately involved with the current Prime Minister's work as well, who basically said that these attacks on churches were understandable, a grotesque statement from a senior Liberal. So I wonder if my honourable friend would agree that we need to address the enforcement issue, but we also need to address the fact that senior people in this government have said things that have kind of tacitly lent credence to the motivations that may be behind some of these attacks.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
I agree with the member. I thank him for the point. Hate cannot be tolerated no matter what justification is given by the former Prime Minister's former Principal Secretary. I hope that we all keep that in mind as we approach commentary around the present legislation. I myself was distressed when the Conservative Justice shadow critic brought up this problem of church burnings, that he was met with laughter from the other side, and I did think that was inappropriate. So thank you for raising the point.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask a simple question and get a simple answer. There is currently an exception in the Criminal Code, the religious exemption. Does my colleague agree with that exemption?
Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you for the question. I fear it is not a simple question, and it goes to the heart of what I was talking about in the John Stuart Mill quote and philosophical liberalism. What one person means when they say something from a different culture or a different religion can be taken differently, and that's why we have to have a bias towards philosophical liberalism that I fear the government is abandoning with the present legislation. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question, if there is one. Seeing none, resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Monsieur Fraser, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Sahota, moves that Bill C9, an act to amend the Criminal Code, hate propaganda, hate crime, and access to religious or cultural places, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate to the chair. Passed on division? I therefore declare the motion carried on division.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The honourable member for Winnipeg North on a point of order.
Very, very close. I think you'd find unanimous consent to call at 6:42 to begin the late show.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's truly a pleasure to have my son here in Ottawa with me today.
Une crise sérieuse de chômage au pays.
Mr. Speaker, there is a serious homelessness crisis in the country. The overall numbers are very bad. 7.1% unemployment. Unemployment is affecting young Canadians. Young Canadians have a catastrophically high unemployment rate, 15.5%. And the problem is not only the number of unemployed Canadians, but also the length of their unemployment. Most people remain unemployed for over 21 months. Imagine that. More and more Canadians, especially young people, don't have work, and they remain without work for too long. They fight, they try to find work, but some of them end up losing hope. I've spoken to young Canadians experiencing that. There's a young programmer in Vancouver who told me that he had applied for over 1,000 positions. He is well educated, he's skilled, he's ready to contribute, yet he's still unemployed. And this is the reality for far too many Canadians, young Canadians. Then the young man I've told you about is not alone in that situation. I've heard of cases in Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, big cities as much as rural regions. Young Canadians, they tell me that they want to work, but they're not able to. They're not getting a break. And why is this the case today? It's the case because the government made certain decisions which have been harmful to young people. The government was too lax with some immigration programs, such as the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. Meanwhile, real asylum seekers have to wait years for a decision. There have even been fake acceptance letters to colleges. This is used to skirt the system. Meanwhile, there are Canadians here in our country ready to work who can't do so. Is this fair? No, it is not. Is this responsible? Certainly not. the government is also blocking projects which would create jobs, such as Bill C-69. C-69 and other government measures have blocked investment in natural resources, pipelines, and mines. These projects would have given work to families, individuals, and business places, communities. But the government is just blocking everyone. They're gatekeeping, and there's too much red tape. And the result of all this is very evident. TD predicts 100,000 job losses between now and the third quarter. The numbers are clear, but we can't forget that behind each number is a family, a young graduate, a community losing hope. Mr. Speaker, this government's track record is clear. More Canadians are unemployed for a longer amount of time with no hope for the future. We have not unlocked the potential of our natural resources. In fact, rather than doing so, the government just puts up roadblocks. So here's my question. When will the government finally remove all these obstacles, listen to Canadians, and let our workers, especially young people, build their future here in Canada? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I would like to thank the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his dedication to the Canadian workforce. The Government of Canada shares this dedication. Mr. Speaker, the world of work is rapidly changing, so we are committed to protecting and supporting workers in this time of labor market uncertainty. We're transitioning to a one economy agenda. We're making significant investments to ensure Canadians have the skills they need to fill in-demand jobs. And we're advancing new opportunities, especially for our youth. It's estimated that 1 in 6 Canadians have careers in the skilled trades, and registrations for new apprenticeships are higher than they've been in over a decade. But there's a massive retirement wave sweeping across the country, so we need to encourage more young Canadians to pursue this line of work, because this retirement wave is leaving a critical shortage of skilled trades workers in its wake. In fact, we're predicting that 600,000 skilled trades workers will retire by 2031. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, creating and promoting job opportunities is one of the Government of Canada's most important priorities. The skilled trades offer respected, well-paying, coveted jobs, which are also very rewarding. Budget 2024 included a prospective plan to build almost 3.9 million new housing units by 2031. In order to do so, we need more workers in the skilled trades, in red-tailed trades, be they electricians, plumbers, or carpenters. This is why the Government of Canada is investing $1 billion a year, approximately, to support training and learning. Many young Canadians have experienced lower salaries, and when they're struggling to make ends meet, they don't necessarily have extra money available for training. So we are making training and development more affordable by offering loans, tax credits, and employment uninsurance loans. So it's possible to get EI benefits during technical training. It's also possible to get an interest-free Canadian training credit, and that can exceed $20,000. Also, thanks to the Canada Sustainable Jobs Program, we're ensuring that Canadians have access to long-lasting jobs, well-paying ones, which contribute to their prosperity.
Our Future Skills Centre has helped more than 105,000 Canadians access the skills training or employment that they need for a successful future. We're prioritizing workforce initiatives and opportunities like these that will develop a larger, highly certified, diverse and inclusive trades workforce. We're making sure that those who face additional barriers have access to the supports needed to access education and training and get a job. This includes Indigenous youth, new immigrants, young people living in poverty or facing homelessness, youth who identify as 2SL, LGBTQI+, young persons with disabilities, Black and racialized youth, and young women. Labor market participation among working-age mothers with young children was up to 79.1% in 2024 from 75.8% in 2019. This is a promising statistic, but there is a lot more work that needs to be done across all sectors. And we will be there with the provinces and territories to make sure that we have the fastest growing economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to create job opportunities for Canadians for all.
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary secretary is talking a lot about training, skills training, jobs training. That is, of course, important. But on the other hand, the government keeps blocking major projects, important ones. The Prime Minister supports Bill C-69, which blocks important projects. The government decided not to take action to build more homes. Training is necessary, but it's just as necessary to have jobs. The government broke our immigration system. The government halted economic development in important sectors, and this needs to change.
Speaker, in the words of our Prime Minister, it's time to build big, build bold, and build now. So if young Canadians want to work, there will be jobs, but they will need to develop new skills first, perhaps. That's why we need to attract, hire, and train thousands of new skilled tradespeople right away. That's why we're making targeted investments under the Canadian Apprenticeship Strategy to create a larger and more inclusive trades workforce. Cette année, le gouvernement du Canada.
This year, the Government of Canada is supporting approximately 159,000 opportunities for young people and students through the Skills and Employment Programs for Youth, which includes the Canada Summer Jobs Program and the Hands-On Internship and Apprenticeship Program for students. There's also the Youth Service Program Canada. All of these programs give young people access to training and skills, also the support that they need, and post-secondary opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I should probably say on behalf of Canadian firearms owners, on behalf of the Conservatives, how grateful I am to the Minister for Public Safety for telling the truth about this Liberal government's sham of a buyback. Now, unfortunately, he has not been so candid in the House of Commons when he knows the cameras and the microphones are rolling, but when he was speaking with a constituent, with a tenant, with an ordinary Canadian raising very legitimate concerns, he said, yeah, this is a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's not going to go after the causes of gun crime in this country, which has run rampant after 10 years of Liberal government and mismanagement of the justice file. Now, of course, when he's called on this in the House of Commons, he retreats back to the Liberal talking points that I'm sure his parliamentary secretary will give us this evening. But I wanted to ask a very fundamental question about this, because we know that the Order in Council prohibiting what was at first over 500 models of firearm, many of them used for hunting quite regularly and quite routinely, some of them obsolete and non-existent in the Canadian market. This Order in Council, which launched the prohibition that has justified this so-called buyback, came after a tragedy in Canada, a killing spree in Portapique, Nova Scotia, for which every sensible, reasonable person in this country would respond with disgust and horror. But the problem is that this was not a spree that involved legally owned firearms. It's not a spree that would have been prevented by the very measures the Liberal government introduced in the days that follow. And the reason I bring this up is because last time I spoke to the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Public Safety about firearms, he invoked that tragedy to justify the Liberal government's gun confiscation scheme. A scheme that by its very design only targets law-abiding gun owners because, I don't have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, the criminals in this country are not the ones that will be lining up to turn over their illegal firearms to the government, regardless of whether there is any compensation. So what we have here is something that the government says will cost $750 million. Now, by the way, liberal math, I believe you need to triple it and add 50% or something to get somewhere close to the real number. But even if we take at face value that this will cost $750 million, that is money that could be going towards beefing up law enforcement. That is money that could be going towards beefing up the border to cause us to be better able to intercept illegal firearms coming into the U.S., from the U.S., the firearms that genuinely end up in violent street crime in Toronto and Surrey and other communities across the country. We had, before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights last week, police experts who were very candid as well, as candid as the Minister of Public Safety is when he doesn't know he's being recorded, in saying that there will be zero effect, not minimal, zero effect on gun crime when this gun confiscation scheme goes forward. So I asked the Prime Minister why he has not fired this public safety minister who doesn't even know what a firearms license is, doesn't know what the Canadian Firearms Safety Course is, doesn't know the classifications of firearms, but thinks that he somehow has the credibility to tell Canadian gun owners who are vetted and trained that they should turn over their property to the government. So I ask this government when it will drop this pretense, drop the facade, get rid of this sham of a buyback, and go after real criminals and not law-abiding hunters and sport shooters.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Public Safety.
Monsieur le Président, réponse à l'honorable député.
Mr. Speaker, in reply to the honourable member, I am happy to rise to speak to our government's commitment to crack down on our armed violence and firearms. Now, of course, the safety of Canadians is our government's top priority, and we are taking strong action to counter the increase of firearms coming across our borders and being used in our communities.
At Polytechnic, the Beretta CX-4 Storm, used at Dawson College by Kim Vergil, the CX-858, used by Richard Henry Bain at Metropolis. These are all armes d'assaut qui ont marqué l'histoire.
These are all firearms which have marked Canadian history. The government feels that the risk that these firearms carry matters more than anything. They should not be in our communities. In 2020, the government banned about 2,500 makes and models of firearms, which are not appropriate for hunting or sport, and which are not safe for civil use. We followed the recommendations of the Mass Shootings Commission, which recommended that we quickly decrease the amount of weapons in circulation. It makes sense that our government wants to fairly compensate firearm owners. I'd also like to remind the member that 2,000 models are still in use and can still be used. We responded to the Commission's request, so after that, 12,000 firearms were recovered from businesses before being destroyed. Our government will move forward with its firearm buyback program for individual owners. We're starting with a pilot project in Cape Breton. Then the program will be available to all firearms owners across the country. There will be a claims period starting later on in 2025. But no program or initiative alone can fully eradicate firearms-related violence. So in addition to removing some firearms from circulation, we are taking other action too. The government has a plan to tackle firearm-related crime, including funding for building safe communities, also funding to combat violence caused by firearms and gangs. We will also strengthen our borders. We commit to adding more resources to clamp down on contraband and firearms coming into Canada. Since 2016, our government has invested more than $1.4 billion in targeted initiatives. That includes over $165 million to equip the RCMP and the CBSA with high-tech technology to detect clandestine firearms, including those in Portapic. We also announced the deployment of helicopters, drones, where we have helped to add more staff, and canine squads at the border, all of which greatly enhances law enforcement's ability to detect and seize firearms and prohibited weapons. We're also combating diversion of firearms to the black market where they would be used to commit crime. Our government is taking real tangible action to protect those who are vulnerable to firearm violence while remaining fair toward businesses and owners who are law-abiding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We can go through the list, not in the time we have tonight, and look at all of the models that were prohibited by this government, which are used by hunters or in some cases just hobbyists. I'll mention one firearm in particular, and I don't know if the word translates well into French, but the plinkster. Plinking being referring to just shooting tin cans as a hobby. A model of the Plinkster, a .22 caliber rifle, has been put on this Liberal government's prohibition list. It has never been used in a shooting in Canada, mass or otherwise. I'll ask the Public Safety Minister's Parliamentary Secretary a simple question. Should the owner of a Plinkster who doesn't sell his firearm to the government be arrested and jailed?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, all weapons designated as prohibited, all those decisions were made by experts, not members of parliament, experts in firearms, and all those which are military or assault style are prohibited. Our government is committed to public safety. We will control firearms thoroughly. We will protect our streets. We will limit the devastating impact of firearm-related violence, and we will make Canada safer. Assault-style weapons do not belong on our streets. We recently launched the pilot project in Cape Breton. It will be extended to the rest of the country in the fall. We will move forward with this initiative, which is what most Canadians want, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's October 1st, 2025. The government's fiscal year is April 1st to March 31st every year. We are now 7 months behind in actually having a budget presented to this House of Commons and how this government is going to choose what it's spending money on this year. Governments are important documents. I was in a synagogue in Calgary some time ago, and the rabbi and I had a discussion about the importance of budgets in religious organizations, but also in governments. And they're important documents because they represent choices, they represent priorities, and they represent respect for other people's money. Now, this budget is thus not showing any of those. There is no priority listed for 7 months now into this fiscal year. Nobody knows what this government's priorities and choices are going to be. But furthermore, it shows a complete disregard for other people's money. That is, the taxpayers of Canada that are not getting a view of where this government is going to spend their money that they trust the government with to actually run the services that Canadians are provided by this government. That is a problem. If the public doesn't have their eyes on exactly what the government's doing and exactly how they're actually going to measure their performance, then we're missing one of the key attributes of what a democratic society that has an accountable and responsible government is here for. Now, one of the roles of this House of Commons, of course, is to approve the spending, not the budget, but the actual spending that goes out. It's called the estimates process. And this past year, this House was prorogued for much of the year. In the last year, we've sat in this House as a Parliament less than 5 months. And that is a diminution of the role that democracy plays in Canada. The House was prorogued for almost 4 months. We had an election. And in the meantime, billions of dollars were issued through what we call government warrants. That is not approved by Parliament, no vetting of what's going on here, just money going out the door through the last fiscal year and into this fiscal year. Now we're into a budget process where effectively we're 7 months behind. This is a result of complete incompetence and disregard for the tools of democracy that are time-tested in Canada about what we're supposed to do and how we're supposed to perform and how we're supposed to report that to Canadians about how we're performing. There's a consequence to this. One of the main problems with running budget deficits is it creates inflation, particularly when the inflation, the budget deficits, are financed by central bank printing money. That causes inflation. There's no question about that. And the thing about inflation, to find out what it is for people, it reduces their buying power and what they can purchase in society. That is a problem. It means that you have less, your rent is more, if you will, in real dollars. Your food is more in real dollars. It's a tax. It means less disposable income for real Canadians. It means they have to play catch up every year. So the government can inflate the dollars that they're collecting and try and debase the dollars that they're actually spending. But it is about choices at the end of the day. This year, what's the deficit going to be? We don't know. It was going to be $50 billion, then $60 billion. In the spring, I thought it'd be $80 billion, and then C.D. Howe came out and said it was going to be $92 billion, and yet the government continues in its spending. The solution is to restate the budget. The solution, according to the Prime Minister, is to restate the way we report this budget. This is not a solution. Mr. Speaker, we've got to get back to balanced budgets.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague across the way for that question. Our government is working on a clear, ambitious plan to build a strong, unified, and resilient economy for our workers, for our companies, and for our families. The Minister of Finance has already announced that we will be tabling the 2025 budget on November 4th. Faced with a series of historic challenges, unjust American tariffs, constant concerns about financial accessibility and housing, the 2025 budget will seize this generational opportunity to transform our economy. It will do so through ambitious investment, increased fiscal discipline, and responsible management, in which every dollar is used in the right way to build the strongest economy of the G7. The budget will heavily invest in housing and infrastructures, stimulate significant private investment, and establish new strategic partners with trusted partners. At the same time, our government is putting in place new fiscal discipline in our day-to-day activities, guaranteeing more effective and reliable public services. This discipline will allow us to focus resources where they matter most, sustainable growth that will ensure Canadian prosperity today and for generations to come, from coast to coast to coast, including, I should note this, in La Prairie, Atatacan. We are redoubling our efforts to make housing more affordable. Thanks to the reduction of the GST on new homes over $1 million, first-time homebuyers will be able to save up to $50,000. And for new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million, a partial GST reduction will apply in order to help more Canadian families purchase their first homes. In that same bill, Mr. Speaker, we remove the consumer carbon tax so we could focus on pricing the pollution of major emitters. The recent launch of Build Canada Homes, to cite another example, will allow us to build more new housing so that we can further reduce housing costs by increasing supply. And it's not just the housing sector that we are overhauling. We are streamlining the federal approval process for major projects. And why are we doing all of this, Mr. Speaker? Because Canadians gave us a clear mandate to take bold measures to stimulate economic growth, create well-paying jobs, and ensure that Canadians fully benefit from the innovation and exceptional talent that characterize our country. From our robust free trade agreements, to our collective wealth, to our unique prosperity. Faced with a choice between one of the world's greatest economists and a career politician who has never worked a single day in the private sector, Canadians spoke loud and clear. Unlike the party across the way, we heard them, Mr. Speaker, and in an ever-changing global context, it is in order to carry out our mandate that we will be bringing down costs, strengthening our stability, and providing more safety and prosperity to all Canadians.
Your Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken about the importance of budgets in the democratic process and in the Canadian context here as well. I didn't hear any response to that at all from the government side. And the issue is, of course, is that this is time-tested democratic instruments that we have. We are the institution here, the House of Commons, that authorizes this. But Canadians have to have their eyes on what their government is spending money on and why the deficits are getting so large, because it has already become a large problem. It is going to become a bigger problem. Now let's accept that we have a government now run by a central banker. And central bankers have a penchant for solving the problem by printing money. Printing money is going to cause inflation. We know this. This is time-tested. This is known around the world. And inflation is going to cause heartbreak and heartache in so many sectors of our economy. This is the big issue here. Will the government please get ahead of the deficit issues, because it's going to cause significant financial pain for all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I respect the opinion of my colleague from Calgary Centre. We spent the entire summer crisscrossing the country from coast to coast to coast, and now we know what Canadians expect from our budget. The 2025 budget will be the next step in our plan to drive investment and build a strong and unified Canadian economy. An economy that will create better paying jobs, drive up incomes, and withstand worldwide shocks. The strongest economy in the G7. The 2025 budget will highlight the fact that our actions are guided by new fiscal discipline. We will spend less so that Canadians can invest more. We will reduce public spending and focus our efforts on investment that will boost economic growth. It's coming up on November 4th, 2025, Mr. Speaker. Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.